All right. Let's see. Good morning, Chansu. Good morning, Dougie. RS, Not a Suit. Betty Mac, Euroboomer, Endless Research. Alex, Josh, Mateus. How are y'all doing? I'm doing great. So I had some... I know. Hello there, stranger. Hi, Ryan. Good morning, Alex, Aldway, Dylan. It's good to see you. I got my internet fixed on Wednesday. Hey, Captain Ron. So on Wednesday, I was having internet issues. The Comcast guys came and wanted to turn the internet off in the middle of the broadcast. I was like, you have to come back. So they came back on Thursday. Let me make sure everybody say hi to everybody. Hi, Frank. Hi, Jake. Hi, Eric. Hi, JP. Hey, your wife's boyfriend. Hi, Blinky. Who else we got out there? Chaz. That's right. Good to see you, Chaz. Good to see you, your wife's boyfriend. Kane the Great. Good to see you. Captain Ron. Good to see you. And shit at all your plays. Good morning, Jafar. Good morning, San, Joshua. Omar. Good to see you. Carrie, Charlie, Binky, Faison, Cedar, Ken, Ergo. Good to see you all. Yeah, so yesterday, they ended up coming back yesterday to run a new line to my house and it within my house so I was getting dropped signal. This morning, I didn't come on because I was on the phone with Joe Donut. And so I was going to get on before market open, but we got into a long conversation. Eddie, I apologize. I'll try to get you unbanned from Discord. I'll try to figure out what happened. Adam, good to see you. Ergo, Jasmine, Blood Stunt. All right, so we're going to talk about something real quick. Good. I missed you all as well. Terry missed you. So everything is just fine. So yesterday, the internet was down in my house for half the day. I also have some honey-do things I had to do, and so with the internet down, and I have some properties here that I have to take care of. Yada yada yada. So I wound up just finishing that stuff up yesterday. I also took some time to unpack a lot of what was said by the Fed yesterday or last night, which needs to be an entire video. We have a ton. Yeah, good to see you, Eddie. There's a ton of stuff for us to go through, and it's going to take some time. It's going to take through the weekend. Market implications to the Fed. You know, that there should be, you know what, I didn't replace the link. I need to get a new link. I'll try to do that as a matter of fact, I'll do it right now. I'll try to post one inside the chat real quick to the Discord. And then someone had mentioned, I'm going to post one right now. There should be a new link. I think the Discord link in this feed has expired. So I'll get a Discord link for you right now. I'll post it in the chat. I always forget how to do this. Like invite friends. There we go. I will put one in the chat right now. So there's a lot to unpack still from the Fed meeting. I don't know what you got. I haven't been on, just a heads up too. So I have not been on the internet. I haven't been, so I just posted a link to the Discord. I haven't been on social media. My internet was down. All right, so I haven't been on the internet. I haven't been on social media. I don't know the entire take on the Fed. I've seen some articles and read some articles from CNBC and around the net, but I can see, I think that there's two different schools of thought. Oh, I got to turn this off again. I can see that there's two different schools of thought on what's going on. And there is some divisiveness. And there's divisiveness from all corners of the internet right now. And we need to talk about it, because I remember when we had that snapback trade earlier in the week, people expected a Vanna trade. And then we expected a Vanna trade after the Fed meeting. We didn't get it. And that's the second time we haven't gotten that Vanna trade on our markets. And we've been talking about, as someone said, there were lots of put sellers. I think Spot Gamma last week said there were lots of put sellers. That wasn't the case. There weren't put sellers. And we've been talking, this conversation has been going on with us since we were back at 479.80. We started to talk about a putback hedge. Talked about it on Twitter. Talked about wanting to take put these hedges on, the importance to hedge the market. We talked about it when we came back up. We had that huge Vanna trade that was back here on January 12th, right? And to hedge the market there. And that all coupled with the interview, the question and answer from the reporters. There's a couple of reporters that asked Jerome very good questions. Some of the questions weren't so good, but there were some very good ones in there too. And we have to talk about this at some point this weekend. It's going to be, I have a bunch of information to show you guys. So I think I was going to do a video on Sunday about gamma levels and dealers hedging and all this other shit. But it's not really important right now. There's a more important discussion that has to be had. Because I also noticed a lot of bulls, big bulls in the marketplace. There's this one argument where, hey, we should be buying quality software companies that aren't going to deal with shortages. So you can invest or reinvest, buy Netflix, buy Microsoft, stay away from companies that haven't done anything. We already know that, right? Stay away from companies that could have shortages for material goods. And there's this other argument out there too. Hey, we have to look real carefully at what companies we're buying this year. So this was even part of my theory was, we got to we have to make sure that they're producing a product, that they're profitable, that they don't need loans. But there's actually a bad trade in there too, with that statement that I made. And it has to do with goods and services and the fact that people have already bought all their goods. So that trade's not even in there. So even if you have it has to do with shortages too, but some other issues with our economy. And which implies that you can't actually make a trade right now into companies with great earnings, with good guidance, that produce physical goods that a profit can be made off of. So even if we have a pullback in the market, everybody's bought their mattresses, everybody's bought their cars, everybody's bought everything that they could consume the last 2 years. They've bought their homes. I know you're going to say, well, the real estate market is great right now. But in reality, most people have bought the shit that they want to buy, the Pelotons that they want to buy. And Peloton's actually a better bellwether for that trade not being good as we move forward this year in the market, which is of concern because it actually shows that there is no place to hide for the next year. There is no place to hide. There's no company this year for me that is a good investment for this year in the goods category. There's also a thought that there's a good trade in some of the services that will come back online, that there'll be this period of reopening in the United States where you could pick up right now, or a place to target would be, let's say, Disney stock or Las Vegas Sands stock, or maybe Live, right, for concerts, or Mountain for Vail Resorts, Dave & Buster's, restaurant stocks, right? And there's been a bid in restaurant stocks. These are services that have been closed for the last 2 years and have been really beaten down, right? You look at the trade, or you look at the trades like all the gambling stuff, right? All the resort stuff. Some of the restaurant stocks have been catching a bid recently the past couple weeks. But there are now numbers coming out saying that behind the scenes, people are not actually going to those places. And I didn't go to my trip this year. I didn't take my winter trip this year. So that piqued my interest. That doesn't mean that Park City wasn't slamming or Vail wasn't slamming. They were. They were busy this year. The price was out of control. They would have I could have bought a small house somewhere for what it would cost me to go this year. But there's some mechanical underlying issues in our economy. There's issues with our inflation. There are issues with tightening. There are issues with, I need to do a whole program about this, but you've got the Fed, right? And they provide liquidity to banks. And then banks, in turn, provide liquidity to a business, right? Let's say, and it doesn't matter what this, or it does matter, but let's say you're providing liquidity to a business that's trying to create a new product. Well, that shit's out the window, right? Like something that hasn't been proven yet. Free money for a company that's trying to develop something that's new. Then you also have liquidity that's going to cost a lot of money for a company that does produce goods, or even services, right down to Billy Bob, who's got a landscaping company, so that they can expand, right? And that those loans aren't free or cheap anymore, and they got to put the microscope over these people and make sure they can pay back for those loans. And even then, there's a high price for those loans. And then you've got people back to work, but there is a silent group of people that are not back to work out there. And even if they do go back to work, the cost of goods for them, you got Billy Bob, right? He owns the landscaping company, and he can't get money. Now but Billy Bob's been buying like brand new trucks for $140,000. He's been buying himself a brand new pool house with a huge mortgage. He's bought a bunch of, he bought a new mattress, new washing machine, new dryer, bunch of stuff on credit. And you've got missing people in the workforce that aren't going to work for him. You've got people that are paying now too much money for gasoline, which will kill an economy, right? You got people that are paying too much for restaurants, going to restaurants, too much for skiing, too much for all this other stuff, and they don't spend their money. Now, they say they've been spending their money, but they actually haven't, because they've been spending it on higher prices for food, higher prices for mortgages, higher prices for all the shit that they bought the last 2 years. And so when they can't pay Billy Bob for their extra lawn care that month, or they can't go to Vail to go skiing, and so these companies are going to experience less money coming in the front door, right? And they can't pay their loans that are now more expensive. And I'm going to do a more detailed video so that I'm not jumping around here, and so I'm more direct in trying to get this across to you guys. But the point being, and then you've got the free money going away, right? There's no checks coming in anymore to households. There's no checks coming in anymore to businesses with grants and loans, PPP or PPE or whatever it's called. You just don't have that money, that free flow of money anymore. So that all coupled together with higher prices, you're not seeing prices come down with homes. You're not seeing prices come down with gas. You're not seeing food prices coming down. You were told the other day that we're going to have shortages. which is going to increase the prices of all these goods. And what it does is it slows our economy down. And the federal bank, in turn, doesn't want inflation to rise, so they're going to try to squash it as well, right? Inflation at the same time. Well, what this implicates is that we're going to have a slowdown in our economy. And the Fed, in my viewpoint, is going to raise rates in March. And I don't think it's going to matter if they don't raise rates if we slide into a recession heading into the end of this year and into next year. It's not going to matter. You have a slowdown of production. You have a slowdown of people producing more than they're being given. And when that happens to our economy, and you also have the politics of the presidency, you have the politics of the Fed that they're going to consider, and how late to the party they are. They should have cut off the flow of money last year. And then I watched, I think it was Spot Gamma did a video this weekend talking about how the Goldilocks trade in the rate increases was last year, and it won't be this year. Up until about halfway through the Fed's or J-Pow speaking on Wednesday, I was like, this is all good. This isn't bad, and none of this is bad. And then it just got to a certain point where you figured out that it was ultra hawkish. And it led me back to what I think is going to take place now. So I'm going to show a SPY chart. I'm going to make this chart very simple, and I'm going to come back and show you this chart later on. But my price target was down to about 390 or so with a nice sideways range. It would look like 2018, 2016. But I'm now down somewhere here. I'm now down somewhere, I think it's 326, right about there. So that's where I'm at between now and, so I can get this right again. Hold on here. I don't even know if I can get this on the chart here. I'm on this trade coming back now by end of year. Wait a minute. Roughly December. Somewhere back to the SPY down to 326. Now, we have another issue. When we were talking, just to bring you back to talking about when we said we have to hedge yourself in this market. You're also going to see the tail risk over here is high again in the market. And not only is the tail risk high over here, but we haven't shaken out bulls yet. You notice, right? Where we haven't shaken the bulls out of the market yet. They haven't become fearful. And we talked about that last week, right? We're not seeing the selling that we should be seeing, the panic down in here. And the reason we're not seeing the panic down in here is because everybody is hedged over here. But the other problem is we haven't seen the Vanna rally in here for a couple weeks. And the reason we haven't seen the Vanna rally over here in a couple weeks is because not only is everybody hedged to the tits, any rips that we get is just another opportunity to re-hedge. And there is no place to hide. You can't hide in bonds. Sometimes bonds go down. In March 2020, I mentioned this last week, that you couldn't hide in bonds in March 2020. They didn't correlate to going up as the market went down. And that's going to take place in here as well. I think you're going to see a continued bearish bond market alongside this pullback in our market. So if you can't hedge in bonds and you can't hedge in equities or traditional value equities, or you can't hedge in Mountain or in Disney or in some other trade that's supposed to materialize, there's only two things you can really do. You can only You can only buy puts, right? You can eventually, and if you keep buying puts, like where we are right here, if you just keep rehedging and rehedging, right? The implication into this is that, and Joe and I were talking earlier, and it's like, well, once those puts expire, we should go up. But if we're not replacing those puts with calls, so like let's say we put a hedge on, right, a put hedge, and then as those put hedges are timing out, right, they're getting closer to expiry. If you're replacing with calls, you will get the Vanna rally. But if you're not replacing with calls that are outside the money and farther dated out, if those aren't there, that whole gamma trade is out. And what happens is, with no replacement, like a magnet, you're then drawn down towards where that hedge was. And it leaves for an elevated VIX. And if we rehedge, let's say we have a small snapback, just a tiny one like we did last week, and you're rehedging, then you're further amplifying a downward move overall over time. And you can't hedge with all these value companies. You can't hedge in bonds. Where do you hedge? Well, you hedge in puts and you hedge in buying the VIX. There's a whole tail risk VIX product that is now the prettiest thing on the street. Now, there is a chance that we could trade higher, that we could, if the Fed was going to come out, let's say, they're always late, but they could come out and say, we're going to cut checks to everybody, and sure, we can break this resistance. You can see these 2 points up here, right? That 479 and that last snapback rally we had should send us down over the year, end of the year, okay? Now, even if we trade higher to this resistance here, I don't see us breaking across this plane for the rest of the year. I see us trading down the rest of the year. And there are some broad implications in this. You've got YouTubers and personalities. You've got big bulls out there. You've got Bill Ackman's out there, right? Right now, at this point, in my view, I think they're lying. I think they're either just putting, let's say Bill Ackman's he says, I bought Netflix. Maybe he's placing 5% into Netflix or 1% in Netflix, just in case the economy, that the probability chart, right, of what could possibly happen, that we possibly go up here. Maybe he's spending 1% on Netflix or Microsoft. But I think they're lying to you out there. I think they're running for the fucking hills. I think that I think they're invested in buying the VIX, and that they are the ones hedging this entire market. There's other problems out there. You get guys like, I'm not going to mention their names, but they're going to talk to you and tell you that they're going to buy the dip. They're going to buy quality stocks. And I saw one guy specifically yesterday change his tune to, you have to now look out 3 to 5 years. So if you're going to follow me, and I've built my entire reputation on being a bull, we're going to buy these dips all the way down. But now I want you to not think about this stock. If it fails, then it will print this year. I want you to change your viewpoint to 3 to 5 years. Because I don't think some of these guys out there can change their position of being a bull, or change their image, or change how they sell themselves as being. And that's a problem. That's a major, major issue. In my view, I don't think that I'm going to keep this channel going for this year, but I don't think the channel will grow with not trying to attract people willing to piss their money away. So I don't think traders and investors want to hear that. I don't think investors want to hear, this is not the time to buy. I don't foresee a time to buy this year. Anything right now. Energy. You could buy energy right now for however long that trade lasts. But at this point, my viewpoint has gone. I don't want to call it ultra bearish, but it's pretty bearish. This is a year of, we might have to change our viewpoint to selling every single rip, to buying the VIX, put our money elsewhere, to look for other places where we can grow cash, or at least maintain the level of inflation every year. If you're not actively trading the market, I'm going to have a hard time. It could happen, but I'm going to have a hard. If you want to buy stock, it would have to be highly managed for however long you hold them. It could be anywhere from 1 month to 3 months at most. But my viewpoint on the macro view of our market is changing rapidly. And I think you're seeing it. I think you're seeing it in the background and the mechanics of how the market is working right now. You're seeing it in the volatility levels. You're seeing it in the swings that we're making in the market right now, where you're making 100% on a trade that just moved 100 points, right? Or 50 points in a day. You're seeing it this past week. You're seeing it, right? We're trading from 430 to 440 this week. You should be printing 3,000% on those moves. We'll look at it right here. They printed down from 420 up to 440. That should have been a monster. Trading down the next day, down another. You traded down from 440 in the bell down to 427. Same day, traded back up to 439. Right, then traded down in the future or end of the day down to 430. Then back up to 444. Back down again, down to 430. And you should be making huge money. We're making money, but not like if this is a regular market with Fed liquidity, with Fed cash coming into our markets. He did drop some other news the other day about treasuries, right? The banks will be buying treasury, but not corporate debt, right? He let that slip the other day. So there's some real mechanical problems in the Goldilocks trade. There are real mechanical problems in our economy that will affect our market this next year. Before the Fed meeting, I figured we'd have somewhere between 1 to 3 months from the damage that was created here. This will be a 1 to 3 month recovery. When we traded down to 420, it extended that recovery out to possibly 6 months, maybe June, July. And then the conversation that the Fed had, that J-Pow had the other day, leads me to believe that we trade down into November. And probably December 1st, we trade down. Probably up until December. So you got 168 viewers here. I need you to know this moving forward, that that'll more than likely be my viewpoint for the rest of the year, unless something material changed. The material change would lead. I had a viewpoint that we would have this higher rip to, that this would create an Uber bubble or a huge bubble of some kind. We'd trade up to 500, 600, 650. And I don't think that trade's there anymore. I think we're accelerating our economy, moving into a recessionary phase. Now, with that all said, we break this over here, we can have that talk. We break this huge trend, downtrend, this huge resistance that I think is here into end of year. We start to make all-time highs. I'm more than willing to switch my viewpoint and become bullish again. But from my viewpoint, from this point forward, unless we see some major shift in monetary policy, that's our trade for the rest of this entire year. So that's my take on our market. I want you guys out there to realize that. I was thinking 750 on Tesla. I have like a price target now in Tesla of down to the mid 400s. I thought worst case scenario 650. I've got them in the 400s. I've got Disney down to like 80 to 100 bucks. I don't know what else to say to you guys out there. And I don't want to scare anybody, or I don't want anyone to think that this is not on the table. This is rationally on the table for the equities market. There are larger banks out there and hedge funds that are planning for this. I want you to know that that is happening. Even if they tell you that that's not happening, that is happening. Tesla. I don't know if I've lost viewers over this at this moment. I hope I haven't. I am the biggest bull out there. I'm not the biggest, but I'm a pretty big bull out there. I'm a pretty big, known for buying the dip out there. And I don't see it coming up. And it just, any of you guys that are trading today, we should trade between 430 and 440. If there's a capitulation moment, it will happen today or Monday, in my view. You'll see a capitulation when we talked about getting some put spreads on Wednesday instead of dating them for Friday to date them for Monday. I think that trade is still viable. I don't think you'll see the trade down today unless overwhelming hedging comes in or overwhelming put flow comes in. But I want to warn you that every time we trade up to 440, people are re-hedging. Every time we trade up there. They're not hedging long right now. They're hedging short. And as we start to trade down like this, right, and as more and more people hedge, let's say we trade up to 440 and someone throws another hedge on, right, and they're re-hedging, they're re-extending where those puts are, the dates on those puts, even if they're just in the money, then eventually they're gonna print. So it could take today, it could take Monday, it doesn't really matter. So that's what you're going to see. It's almost like an inverse Vanna rally or Vanna trade. Almost like an inverse. You could pretty much turn your computer screens upside down, and that's what's taking place. And that's what you're going to have to trade, is that trade. So we'll look right here. You know, under normal circumstances, you'd look at this kind of a trade here. And you can see this line that I just put on. This goes right to December. We should follow this track down over the rest of the year. And this looks like a Vanna rally is setting up, right? That the shorts will cover and close their positions, that you'll see a huge swarm of buyers stepping in to trade this up to, let's say, 464. Even if they do, unless you see massive calls above at 480, 500, you're not going to see that, though. You're not going to see people thinking we're trading to 480, 500 in the next month. You're not going to see it in March either. And it's going to get steeper and steeper as we head down here. And so I just want you to be aware of that as time goes on. We also have, I'll bring up book map here in a minute so you guys can have that for the day. But I can know you guys are seeing this. And I know there are uber ultra bulls out there that see this trade under normal circumstances. I would expect no less than, or I would be looking for either a sell down here for a rip higher, right? I look for the bears to take a couple tries, wax it down below, not get it, trade higher. Typically, this is setting up for a huge trade into Monday, into next week. Be looking for this trade into the first week of February. I think that anytime we trade up here, people are just waiting. You've seen Tesla trade down below 800 today, right? Trade down to 790, I think, at one point this morning. I don't know what they're at right now. They're at 845 now. But they traded down to 795. You still have buy the dipper stepping in, but you still have a class of investor like it. You still have hedge funds and banks out there that are waiting for their moment, wealthy individuals for their moment to get anywhere in this vicinity up here to re-hedge. Okay, so it's the opposite of the Vanna trade. Oh, so this morning I woke up at 4 a.m. and it traded right down to like 972. But that trade is only good for a day, a week, and it's going to go down. Hood's going to go down. I thought they were going to go up. They had a chance of coming up. I didn't expect I didn't expect ER to be good. I expected a decent buy today on Hood, but I think it's something that has to be managed. And I don't think it's anything you can say. I'm gonna dollar cost average Hood because it's coming back. I think Hood's going to trade down over the next year. Absolutely. Yeah, I need to get this out there for you guys. I need you guys to have that viewpoint and understanding. Now, with that being said, right, that does not mean that you just hedge the market right where we are today and that you expect that it's just going to keep going down. There are going to be moments where we go higher, where we go lower. There's lots of opportunity for bulls to buy rips. There's lots of opportunity, you still have to trade it and take profit. It's not like you just get all full on bear and say, I'm going to go bearish right here, and that's the end of it, okay? You still want to be taking short positions, taking put positions, and VIX positions if you want to long the VIX at the right times. You don't want to just go all willy-nilly. I guess you could, but you can. But you want to wait for opportunities to take this short over the course of the year. But this is definitely a sell the rip market. And I need to warn you that in my view, if you're going to follow me this year, that's how I'm going to trade this market. I'm going to be trading this market, looking for opportunities to short it down into the end of the year. No matter how high we trade in here, this is all opportunity to short. It is not this opportunity. This used to be the opportunity down here. You'd be waiting down here and saying, I can't wait to buy this bottom so that we can trade higher. Right? I'm not seeing that accumulation right now. We've traded here 1, 2, 3, 4, day 5. And there hasn't been a massive accumulation. So I need you guys to understand that out there, okay? As a bull, I need you to understand that. Let's say you're buying the dips in companies after they're burning through their ERs. Perfect example would be Hood. How far can it go down, right? From there. You look at Disney right now, it's at 1. Disney's a prime company to look at right now. You look at a company like Disney. Let's see, bring Disney up real quick. Now they're at $135. And if we just start trading down into March, you can see Disney down at 110. Easy. Down to $110 if the market continues to sell down. Just look 1 to 3 months out. And you start to see Disney at 110, 115. Right? They're not that far away from trading down to 100, down to the 80s. You start to think about companies like Tesla. Start thinking about companies like Apple. They're going to get repriced. I was thinking that Apple could trade down to 130. I think it's going to go lower now. I think the market conditions will take them lower. I think that bulls think, and I think that even I think to a point, well, price matters on a stock. That bulls aren't going to care if it's $90. They're going to buy it, and they probably will buy it. But market conditions can take the price of a stock down, whether you're willing or not. You can buy $90, but that doesn't mean that the market's not going to still take it down lower, even though you're buying it. Scalping FDs are going to be fire. And you'll have some defined trading ranges, which is good. There should be lots of volatility this year in the market. You'll see some defined trading ranges, and then we'll trade down. Just look at this as an upside down. Think of this as an upside down bull market. Think of it just like an upside down bull market. Eventually, this sideways trading is going to head down. It's not going to head up. If that makes sense. So you're looking to short anywhere up in here. So if you had like a I don't know, the polyline, I guess I can do. This program kind of sucks to be trying to do this, but you're looking for anything up in here. Anything you see up in here, you're looking to buy, short, anything. If we even get up in here for this next move down, right? Let's say we trade higher. If we trade, even if we trade up in here, even if there's an outlier, even if you have an outlier event where we trade up here, we bust up through here, it's eventually coming down here. Does that make sense? Or even if it trades sideways in here for a little bit, and kind of this nonsense, right? It's going to eventually trade down below. Is the point that I'm trying to make to you out there, okay? And eventually it's going to get trapped and it's going to continue down on this chart, or on this channel right here. We are creating the channel right now. If you can't see it, it's here. This is this channel. We're going down. And we're more than likely heading down the entire year. It's more than likely not going to end until end of year. And there's ramifications on a macro viewpoint that are going to impact this market into end of year minimum. I'd be very wary of any relief rally that you see that trades above 440. Very wary, very wary. I would be very wary of thinking we're getting any kind of Vanna rally that you've been used to, where you see 5 straight days of up or 3 straight days of up, that you see huge liquidity come into the market as it rips higher. Even if we were to trade from, let's just say, on an outlier that we traded straight up here to 461, I guarantee that you don't make the money that you would have made had there been liquidity provided. So even these trades, if they were to do this, are not going to provide the money that you think that they are. So yeah, you can do relief rally trades. I don't think we go this high. I think they're going to be subdued. I think you've got sellers waiting above here at every moment. I think you're just waiting for more sellers to step in here. They'll do like a 1, 2, 3 trade, 1, 2, and 3, and then take it lower. At every stop, everywhere above here, that's what you're going to see. So I want you to be aware of that. I want you guys to understand that, and where I am with this market right now. And I've got the numbers to back it up. So I'll do a video for you this weekend showing the numbers, showing that we're in a bear market. Yeah, we're in a bear market. Be aware of that. If no one's telling you that out there, we're in a bear market. That's what we're in. We don't trade. We're not going to trade up like we did in 2016, 2018. That's not on the cards right now. If you see gas keep going up like it is right now, you're just gonna murder paychecks on people. Murder. You and I might make a lot of money. I don't know how much money you make out there, but if any of you else, let's pretend you're not in the market. Pretend that you're Mary, who goes to a 9-to-5 job during the week. You're John, who has he makes $100,000 a year as an engineer. That's his income, right? You've got taxes that are going to take place this fall, or the proposition of higher taxes this fall. There are so many ramifications to Mary and John and their $100,000 in their brand new house they just bought, and their $60,000 or $80,000 truck they just bought. The taxes going higher, gas prices being higher, that you've got shortages that are going to impact, that they don't get any more free money, that their tax rates go higher. All of these things are going to be an issue for Mary and John to pump money into this market to buy stuff, to buy goods and services in this market. And the shortages coupled with that, I was watching Tesla the other day, Tesla ZR, and the only part of their guidance that I didn't agree with was their growth. I think that the big mistake that you're going to hear in this ER cycle in guidance is that companies are going to grow this year. And I think when that comes to roost in the next ER cycle is where you'll start to see the first round of capitulation. I think you'll see the first round of capitulation at some point in March, April. We'll recover from that one when we'll make those moves down, with the most severe moves down when we come into the September, October quarter. I think that's where full capitulation will take place into December. The Russell's complete. I thought the Russell would have some great volatile ups and downs. If there was a trade that's the most profitable, it's without a doubt going to be the Russell. The Russell is going to move down more so than even the S&P. The S&P will be slightly more resilient, even though it'll trade down. The Russell is going to give back a lot this year. That will be the largest. That'll take the biggest hit, without a doubt. And there are numbers coming out right now of people are not spending their money where we think they're spending. The reopening trade, they're not spending the money that we thought that they would. It looks like it's busy in Florida in the bars and the restaurants, but for a lot of the United States, it isn't. If you drive around the suburbs of sleepy America, and I'm not talking about like the cities or whatever, you drive out into the suburbs, and you'll see that they're quieter. You'll see that Park City just canceled a bunch of events. Park City for this summer just canceled major events that they have. They bring millions and millions of dollars to that ski town, right? In the summertime, all canceled for this year. You drive into the suburbs, they're canceling events. You go around. Halloween, I noticed it first. And Halloween, I noticed they didn't have any events. There was nobody out and about. I noticed it during these past holidays, and you're going to notice it in these communities that even politically, they could be publicly saying, open the schools, open this, open that. They'll tell you, we have to have everything open, but they are not out and about doing stuff either. Even though, on the Main Street hat on, you hear people say, we have to open up all this stuff. But even those people are not going out and spending their money on services. They're not doing it. Everything is well. Everything's great. I had an internet issue on my house. I had a Comcast guy out on Wednesday, wanted to turn the internet off on FOMC day. I'm like, you have to come back. So he came back yesterday, had the internet off all day long yesterday, or through midday. And then I just took care of I'm going to try to sell some houses here. I'm going to try to get rid of my property in the next, from now into April. I'm going to work on starting to sell some of my places. Joe's saying that his trade show calendar is 50% canceled. Yeah, I want you guys to pay attention to this stuff. I want you guys to be paying attention. There's some numbers out there right now on the reopening trade that are not good. It's not good. And it's people not having the money. It's people have purchased everything they want to buy. They've got inflation through the roof. You've got fear of taxation. You've got tightening on lending. No easy money. As a matter of fact, I'm not going to. So I know someone who works for a large company, and they had a hiring spree, and so they were offering bonuses and higher rates of pay, all this stuff, right? This is a large national company, and they were on this big hiring spree. let's say they were paying people $45 an hour, $10,000, $20,000 signing bonuses, and they've now pulled those back. So you're going to see pay go down as well this year. You've heard that pay has gone up. On a national scale, these large companies are now not offering those higher pays. You have inflation that really is here, whether it's admitted or not. You have tightening, taxation, and rate increases. And so my target is down on the year, and recession by end of year. Might take into next year to become a full-blown recession, or for people to feel it. You'll see it'll take a year and a half. Usually takes longer for capitulation. It'll take the stock market probably the entire year to capitulate. It'll take the guy that's, these aren't the wealthy people, and these aren't people that are poor. It's that upper middle class that is overextended. They won't feel the real pinch until next year, halfway through the year, and possibly into 2024. 2023, 2024, somewhere in there is where the pinch will be felt. And when it's felt by that class of people, that's when you have issues in the market, real issues in the market. We've seen this in the past. We saw it in 2007. I remember when it happened in 2007. We should have a pretty decent year, or generally speaking, won't notice it. You won't notice that side of it. And you won't notice where people start to lose things, right? Where they lose their truck, their house, where they lose their second or third home, where you have more houses being sold than people want to buy. You won't start to see that stuff until 2023, 2024, somewhere in there. But right now you are seeing the tightening for Joe and Mary out there, or Bob and Mary, or whomever they are. You're seeing their own tightening as it impacts our economy. So that's my take on our market. It's not stagflation. It's not stagflation. We'll talk about that this weekend. Yeah. It's not it won't be a big short that we think that it is. I think it's more of just a slowing economy. I don't think that it's going to be that nasty, but it's a slowing economy. It's a tightening. So it's not just from the Fed. It's from households down to the household level. And so you'll see this tightening in our economy, and it's cyclical. I don't think it's a long-term debt cycle. I think we're more on a short-term debt cycle. So I don't think it's going to be as nasty. Usually the period only lasts on a short-term debt cycle event like this. Usually it should last 3 to 4 years. It's not 10 years or 20 years or anything like that. I don't see it being that nasty, but it's a comeback down to a normalcy level. And so it'll probably take, I would think, anywhere from 1 to 3 years at max. It's not that long, but 1 to 3 years, that would be what I would anticipate. Yeah, and I'll be honest with you. For any argument that you've got out there, right, that Tesla's going to go to 1,200, I called 650 or 750 just the other day. We got down to 790. So there's no argument, right, on this. There's no argument. We're closer to 750 right now than we are to 1,200 right now, and 1,400. And I called 750 back in, I think, November or December, somewhere in there. So we're closer to my target than we are to anyone's target of 1,200, 1,300, 1,400, any of those numbers. And my target's now going lower. It's going down. And that sucks to say. And some of that is the dollar, the dollar going up as well. As the dollar gets more valuable, and inflation, right? When you have inflation and the dollar going higher, rates, taxes, all these things, there will be repricing in our equity market. You're going to see it. I promise you'll see a repricing of the equity market. Now your dollar will go farther, even if you have a price of Tesla that's down at 650 or 400 or 450, there will be more value in that stock though. So I gotta preface that at the same time. I want you guys to realize that at the same time, that even though like right now, what that price tag looks at, like that $800 looks like to you right now, how you perceive the value of $800, it's not worth as much right now. But as the dollar increases in value, a lower price makes sense. Yeah, and there won't be the money on the sidelines is not coming into the market. It's not coming in. So yeah, I don't know what else to say on that topic, but I'm going to say that for you today. So with that being said, with all that being said, I will put out a video this weekend. It'll probably be recorded because I need you guys to have this information. I need you guys to consume it for yourselves and then research it so that you can agree or disagree. You're not seeing the bid today. You're not seeing it today. Across the options market, you're not seeing it today. You're not seeing it in volume. The accumulation phases, the dark pool trade, you're not seeing it. But for today into the weekend, I'm gonna let you know that I expect us to trade inside of that B range bound, right? We should be range bound today even. We should be range bound no higher than, hang tight here. Yeah, I expect rejection no higher than 440. More than likely you'll get rejection today at 434 or 435, possibly trade outside to 437. I find it hard to believe that we traded up to 440. Maybe we have some short covering to 440 so that people can close out their shorts over the weekend, which is just standard operating procedure. You might see that, but I don't think that you see a trade into 450, 460 next week. I think that's off the table. I think any trading higher right now is just another opportunity for someone to take short. Yeah, I will have some trades for you. If you have cash that you have on the sidelines that you need to deploy, that you need to keep invested to keep up with inflation, I will have some options for you heading into Sunday, so that you can look into those alternative asset classes. These alternative asset classes do not include Bitcoin in any way, shape, or form. I've become even more bearish on Bitcoin. The drawdown in Bitcoin should get nasty. Cryptocurrencies as well. I'll bring up Bookmap right now for you. I'll turn this off. Bottom has gone lower on Bookmap. Am I here? I think it was down at 420 yesterday and today, or no, Wednesday and today. We'll look at it right now. I'm sorry to be so bearish with you guys out there. I don't want you to take my overall bearishness for me. You will see me in the broadcasts get bullish on a day or get bullish on a trade. You'll see me take longs. It's not like I'm not going to take longs with you or that I won't get bullish. But my viewpoint on the market, my view on what's going to happen this year has turned quite bearish. And I need you guys to know that perspective will be in the background of my trading for the rest of the year. Okay, so that doesn't mean you get crazy bearish and you're like, that's it, I'm all in short. Don't do that, please. That's like a bull. Like bulls do that stuff, right? They just buy whatever and hope that it prints. Don't do that. Because there are going to be some great bull trades in here, and the bull trades should pay better in a lot of respects than the bear trades, because the bear trades are going to get more and more priced in. You're going to see the cost of bear trades increase over the rest of this year as well. You're not going to see the bear trades will become more pricey. And you're seeing that right now. You're seeing puts are expensive, right? So that's a normal indicator when you see puts expensive that they need to get cheaper before we go down again. But I think you're going to see that even the price of puts. If any of you guys traded March of 2020, puts got stupid expensive. They didn't get cheaper. They just kept getting more and more expensive as time moved forward. I think you're going to see that. You're going to see the premium just get absurd in put options at some point. I think you're going to see elevated VIX into the end of year. And you'll see VIX drop off even if we're trading sideways as well. But it's not going to be like it once was, where we're trading VIX under $10, $9. It just won't get there. People will buy it before it gets there. Yeah, Invesco's saying something else to consider regarding Tesla from a statistical standpoint. 91% of all gaps up end up being filled. There is a gap in Tesla from 435 to 415. Yeah, I charted Tesla. I charted a few of these out to see how they correlate for the end of the year. I apologize for saying this stuff. There is no massive support on IWM. It's not the charts. My viewpoint has zero to do with the charts. Has nothing to do with charting. It has all to do with how do I explain it? With technicals that have come out into the market. Not technical indicators on the chart indicators, but hard numbers on our economy from a macro perspective. We have macro numbers that are coming out that are public information that are telling us where we're heading. Has nothing to do with charting. These are internal things happening within our economy and within our stock market that are going to impact the equities market. All right, so we'll take a look below on the SPY real quick, and then we'll go a little bit closer here. Just make sure we got a firm target. So we were just a heads up. You can see here, right? These are just localized buyers from today. But if you recall, we had a nice level of support down below at 420. It's now gone lower down to 410 or 412. It was at 420. It's now lower. We'll try to have a look above here and see where the real sellers are. Got sellers stepping in at 435.83 on the SPY. We'll look higher, see if they can break through. You can see the sellers have showed up in force here. Hang tight here. We'll scroll above once this loads up. Try to get a nice vantage point. Good morning, by the way. hate being the bearer of bear news. All right, so we're going to look above here and see a price target higher. $450 and just traffic above here. Traffic up to 440. Right in here. This is all considered ice right here. Negative hero indicator. $133, $131. It's a little bit larger. Let's look above. Yeah, it's just sellers as far as the eye can see here. Just a wall of ice. You see this here? I want you guys to be aware of this here. Okay? Just want you to see this wall of sellers above. All right. Yeah, I've now become master trader, which is terrible. I don't want to be master trader. I didn't want to even make this. I didn't even want to make this this video or say this stuff. No, I'll always trade the market in front of me. So if we trade higher, if we break through that major resistance, I'm all game on to turn bull again. And I can get bullish on a day. That's no problem. Bullish on a week is fine. But the macro view over the course of the year is not the past 2 years. So if I have this bull viewpoint on a year, that is no longer. Like, do I think we're going to 600 or do I think we're going up in that mega bubble that we're supposed to have, that Uber bubble? I think that's off the table right now. And it sucks. I don't want to be that guy. And I'm not the guy that's saying, I don't think that we're going to crash today. I don't think it's like a market crash ahead of us. I think there'll probably be 2 market capitulation moments from now into end of year. I think the first one will be in March, in April, during the next round, the next ER round, because we have such high expectations so far in guidance. I think that will turn. I think the first capitulation move is going to be guidances that come out in Q2 with lowered growth expectations in the year. And then I think that the trade down into the fall will create a capitulation sell move from retail traders specifically. No. So my viewpoint has been my viewpoint up until this point was a defined bottom, a trade sideways and then up into end of year. And my viewpoint has changed to, I don't think we see a defined bottom this year. I think we trade sideways to slightly down the entire year with a couple of capitulation moves put in there. I think that's my major concern. So today, if we get up to if we can get up to 440 today, I will take another short position at the end of today. David will just prolong his calls like he always does. Yeah, I don't want to say this to you guys. I don't think it matters when we sell off. I don't think there should be fear of when we sell off. I think that you just have to realize that there's a class of investor out there, where there's a class of hedge fund, there's a class of bank they need to have the VIX go down. They want to take profit, and they want to re-enter again to short the market. So this isn't like expect big red bars down straight to the depths of hell, anything like that. There's one bear that was on this channel that was saying that he's just been short since 479. You shouldn't be short from 479 and just hold until the end of the year, because it's just like a bull market. You want to trade it up, take your money, and run, and then wait for the next opportunity to re-short the market. So you can't look at this like, I don't want you to look at this from the perspective of, I don't want you to look at this from the perspective of, we're going to have red bars down from now into end of year. I want you to look at that from the perspective of, when you're trading, or like when you're an investor, you're looking to buy a bottom and ride it up, right? If you're going to make this a bear market, you're going to look for a moment that you can enter into a short trade, take it down in the market, let loose of that stuff, let it trade back up, and then trade it back down again. But if you think we're going to the right and up, we are not. We're going to the right and down on average, and that should continue into end of year. Initially my plan was March, then this past month it moved into slightly June, probably June, and then after I did some research this past couple days since the Fed meeting, and it looks like it will roll into end of year. Yeah. I've got the numbers for you guys. I will make a video this weekend. You will have this video. It will show you the data from the government as to what to expect into the rest of this year, and it is nothing short of absolutely negative. The implications in our economy and how it impacts the equities market is large. There's nothing that you can't get around it. There's no getting out of it. There's nothing that the Fed can do to get around it. With the politics, there's nothing to get around it. Just the production side of the U.S., the GDP of the United States is 3%. And when you have a normal GDP, well, between 2 and 3%, and when you're pumping money into that GDP, it turns it into something that it's not. And we're removing that from our economy is going to be, it's like taking the crack cocaine away, which is fine. I mean, if hopefully you trade it up while the crack cocaine was there, right? And that you were able to make lots of money. I made lots of money on this market, and I'm very happy for the money to be made in this market. But I just don't see, they would have to take the Fed to pump money again, like major money, like direct paycheck kind of money, like giving you a paycheck. It could happen. I will say this too. So Andre Crouch is saying, I wonder if he thought the Fed would change their mind and keep handing out free money. I want to warn you of this. It would never shock me to see the Fed do something like that. We are in an age of modern monetary theory being applied. And if it gets ugly enough, they would. It would never shock me to see something like that. But I want you to also be aware that rates can be removed in a recession. The rates can go to zero. That we can have all the right recipe for the market to go up, and it will still trade down because of other factors. So we'll see. So I want to know, let me know, do you guys think that we're going to get a Vanna trade, that we're going to get a Vanna rally? So if we got a Vanna rally, we should be trading to, so in a normal market, right? If this is a normal market, we're getting a Vanna trade, it should go to 468. Do you think we get the trade to 468? I just think that if you're long this market, I think you wait for a moment where you can get out. I can't even tell you that. I'm not going to give you guys, there's one thing I don't, when it comes to this kind of stuff, I can't give you guys financial advice. I can't tell you when you should or if you should. I think that at this point in the market, you need to do some due diligence. You need to do some research that is not listening to CNBC, not listening to Twitter. I think you need to look at some numbers, some hard numbers, and on your own, you need to come to a decision if you are, for the year, bullish, neutral, or bearish. I think that you can still follow me if you want. You can still trade against me in a bullish context. I think for yourselves, you need to find out what you are for the rest of this year. Because I see people out there. You see like Bill Ackman saying, there's a bunch of other guys out there that are saying that they're buying these dips. So you guys have to find out what your take is. And we can still, be friends and trade together and all this kind of stuff. And you can trade against me. That's fine. We can disagree. That's all fine. But I think it's important for you as an investor and a trader to have your perspective for the rest of the year. I'll give you guys a synopsis by Sunday so that you can at least see where I'm coming from. And then when it comes to big moves, you guys have your own wealth. You guys have to decide when you want to sell or if you just stay in and just short. There are other ways to make money in this market. You guys can stay long in this market. You can sell covered calls above. You can buy hedging. You can long the VIX. There's all kinds of strategies that on your own you have to figure out what you need to do, right? What's best for you. Those kind of things, I don't ever want to get involved in telling you guys what to do and that kind of stuff. We'll sit here together and we'll trade the market every day. We'll pick up longs and shorts every single day in, day out. We'll look for those opportunities on both sides of the trade. But I just need you guys to know where my view is, my macro view on our markets and for this year. Yeah, I can't do that for you. Because I'll tell you, like the last 2 years, right? The last 2 years, my viewpoint on a macro level has been bull. Like I am bullish. I am buying every single dip. I am buying knowing that it's going up. And I am not doing that now. So I need you to know that. It's a very important key part of myself as an investor and as a trader. That to me, this is not the bottom. And if I miss this bottom, I'm okay with it. I was not okay with it the last 2 years. If I missed the bottom, I would be upset with myself. For me to become bullish again, we would need to make all-time highs, just all-time highs, and then trade higher for me to even take a bullish standpoint for the market. Which is pretty high, right? You're talking we'd need to hit 480, and then we would need to trade higher from 480 for me to once again get bullish. As of right now, we're not near that. Everything is traded the other way, and at every moment that we trade higher, people are getting short. Big institutions are getting short. And I know that they're telling you that they're not. That's bothering me deeply. I don't like when institutions are out there telling you that this is the bottom or we're close to the bottom. Or I didn't mind it so much before Wednesday, but right now, anything that I hear out of the mouths of anybody saying this is the bottom or close to the bottom, I think that they're lying to you. I think that they're going to trade it up just so that you believe it. You're going to be the one holding the bags. And I warn you, there have been years like this in the past. 2007, 2001, the ones that I know are the mid to late 80s. It was like 86, 87. I remember that one specifically. I remember 2001 specifically, and I remember 2007 specifically. And trust me, you will be the last guy holding the bags. No one else. It's always the retail trader at the end of the day that ends up holding those bags. Yeah, that's what you're going to get. You're just going to get the day trade and stuff. Yeah, I was out for a day. I had internet. My internet was off for a day. And then this morning, I was late because I was talking to Joe for a little bit. There's a few other guys I need to start talking to out there. I know Ben G wants to start talking on the side and stuff. So I have some other commitments that I try to make to people. So we'll see if we trade up today. If we get this, do we get this? The question is, do we get the Vanna? I'm assuming that all of your questions are right now is, do we get the Vanna trade? And I don't see the Vanna trade. I see heavy sellers coming in between 435 and 440. I think this is an opportunity above here to take the market short. If we can trade up, if we get the luck of trading up to 440, I will take this short. We may or may not get that luck into the close today. I would expect some short covering today. You lean off the market for a minute, and then you lean back into it heading down. If we see overwhelming call structure, if we start to see like $10 million trades on calls, I'm all on board. I'll jump on there with you. But otherwise, I'm going to look for some relief into today, and then I would expect us to trade down into next week. How do you spell that V, Rally? V for victory, baby. Yeah, I like good rallies. Don't get me wrong, right? I love a good rally. But you guys, dude, so that quote-unquote V-shaped rally we had on the 24th, I remember that day at the end of the day going on Twitter, and not only were people pumped, but a whole mess of people held long into the 25th. Whole mess of people got caught with their pants down that following day. I know they did. They got burned. They got burned hard. And so that's my fear here. The same kind of a fear is you take the trade for the day, or even just a 440, then you get out of it. You take the short trade. We end up trading down. Yeah, I did cut my 500 Cs on Wednesday. I believe I cut them. They're for profit. Not much, though. I think I made like 5% on them. I'm still, though, inside of my RK calls, which sucks. They're a little bit farther dated out, too. So, but I think I'm okay. And, that's a microcosm, right? I'm just looking for opportunity to get out of those calls. I'm still holding Piton puts right now. And I actually bought some puts last night at the bell, like 4:15. No, whenever that last little rip was up before 4 o'clock, I did get into some puts, and they printed briefly this morning at the open and sold those while I was on the phone with Joe. So now all I'm long right now is I'm long in RK. I'm just looking for an opportunity to get out of that long. So if we trade up higher here, I'll get out of that long. I'm looking for an opportunity to sell above here at some point today. So if I can get it at end of the day or something, maybe we trade up nice and high. If we can trade up like 440 right up here, right where these guys are. This is where I am right here, looking for this trade right here. So if we can trade up to 440, I'm looking to take a short into the 18th. Just re-up real quick. Yeah, I'm not looking. I'm looking at some. There are some orders right now. There are some bullish flow for February 18th, which is good to see. Seeing this looks like all retail trading ERs, MU $75,000, 85C. Piton calls. I've seen Piton calls all day long today since the open. Wait, I'm on the wrong side of the thing here. Let me take a look through here and see what I'm seeing. Seeing a lot of retail. See a lot of buy the dippers. I want to warn you guys, when we're seeing flow like this, right? Not a lot of this flow is banks. A lot of this flow that I'm seeing is just retail people fucking around. None of this looks like bank flow. I mean, it might be hedge fund flow or day trader or boiler room flow, but none of this to me looks like a bank saying, like a GS saying the market's going up. No, none of this does. So as the flow comes in, I'll keep listing it for you. There's bullish flow coming into the market right now. Generally speaking, it's all small money, $100,000, $200,000. I see Uber, February 18th, 34C. Piton, more Piton calls. March 18th, 25C for $188,000. 50 grand on the SPY, 178 grand on the SPY. Dated for today, January 28th, 435 and 438C. All this stuff is for today. All it is, day traders, boiler rooms. None of it is that Vanna rally. If you buy every dip, eventually be right. Well, it's not. Some of it's retail flow. Usually anything that's like $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 is all retail flow. Like $35,000, $40,000. You don't see a ton of options flow in the $100,000 to $300,000 to $500,000. That's retail. Some of it is, but some of it's wealthy individuals. But a lot of that stuff comes from boiler rooms, comes from trading rooms within prop desks on banks, right? Small hedge funds, stuff like that. But I'm talking like you get the big boy that says, buy 20 million, 30 million, $100 million, that kind of stuff. I'm not seeing that flow. That's like market directional. This is where we view the market as going. Right now, it's all down. So this is all day trading stuff, market trading stuff. What's a price target to sell? It's not like Tesla can't trade up higher. There will be moments of positivity in the market. Don't want you guys to think for a minute that you're not going to have a great trading day, or you're not going to have one big, huge rally at some point. You are. It's not like you're not going to get a huge rally. My point to you is, remember the days where we would hit all-time highs every week, right? 1, 2, 3 times. I think those days are over for right now. So just wait. If you're long in a position in this market and you want to get out of a long position in this market, just wait till you get a moment where we trade nice and high. You're going to hear all the bulls saying that the bear market's over. We're going to a bull market. And just wait for your opportune time to get yourself out of those positions and look to take a short. Please do not take my conversation with you this morning as sell the news. Please don't do that. Okay, so what's this? So Robbie asks, Cap, what about the QQQ orders that look like they came from the same person? All 14 April, 3:55 I haven't seen those as of yet, Robbie. That was one of my last large trades. Oh, got him. Thanks. Be rad. Yeah, I think I don't want you guys to don't take me as I'm not the bear that's like red bars to hell. But when I turn bearish, this is more of just my perspective on the market. So your price target above is 440. We'll open this up a little bit. Right here. 439.89 looks like. Yeah, you can DM me on Twitter. Yeah. All in 400p for tomorrow. Cap told me to. I know that's my thing is I don't want you guys to think the implication is that we have red bars down to like 300 tomorrow or something like that. The market is still going to trade. Don't think for a minute that the market's not going to trade as we go down swinging. But I do think that this is not the bottom. I think that the bottom is end of year. Yeah, then I see stuff like that. Damn, ripping. We should rip. We should rip. I hope that we rip. I hope that the rip is as big as we can get it. I'm hoping that we go higher so that I can take a short. I hope that it goes as high as it possibly can. Look at it from the perspective of dunking someone's head under the water. You got to let them breathe. Got to let it breathe. You guys kill me. I always love the pump. It's always out there. My RK calls are somewhat doing better too, which is good. So I was underwater quite steeply on those calls. I was getting murdered on them. If I can get RK up to like $76, I'd be a happy man. That's really all I need is RK to come back. I can get unfuck myself from my longs. We'll get a little bit more granular here so you guys can watch, see if there's any resistance above here. And if you see any cooling off here, it should, if we end up trading sideways and down at any point, it should still rip higher into 440 at some point today, either now or by the bell. Try to bring that 440 down for you here so you can see it. Right there. Right there. You could possibly trade sideways to 435 or so, maybe a little bit lower, and then I'll trade higher to 440. So how are y'all doing out there? What do you guys think about my rant? Took about 10 trades, won one of the 10. Let me go scroll up here. Yeah, Joe and I were talking about Piton today. Anytime Piton goes higher, you just grab more puts, and just your dollar cost average should go lower and lower, so that you're gonna get the one thing you got to know is you're gonna get boiler rooms that want to trade it up and down over the course of time. You're gonna get fluctuations when you enter into a trade that takes 2-3 weeks for it to come into the money. I think my puts are. We were down to 23 or something lower today on Piton. I didn't close them out. I'm holding puts on Piton because I want to hear what Piton has to say in their ER. I don't think that there's anything that they can say. Yeah, traded down to 22.82. The 22 puts printed this morning. I saw the big concentration on 22.80. So it seems legit. It should get traded like this heading into their ER. But for me, it's a what would you call it? It's a part of what Piton represents. I remember that when I traded Nikola down, it was the same thing. I just heard noise. Like I heard noise from the Nikola bulls that were upside down in their positions. I heard all the noise from the Nikola subreddit. I heard all the noise from the CEO. I just kept hearing it and hearing it. I watched Nikola trade higher. I watched it squeeze higher. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. All you do is you just keep shorting it, and just keep shorting it, and just keep shorting it. Yeah, it's not it. So Hood should come up. My position on Hood is this. So my position on Hood is that I was looking to take it long for a year. Oh, right. So I buy Hood at $9 or $9.70 or whatever, and then I'm going to hold this for a year. And if you buy me buying Hood at $9.70 whatever, do I hold it now until December? No. That's my take on if you're going to be a stock buyer this year. It has to be heavily managed, and you could hold them for a week, 2 weeks, a month. It's not going to be anything where you can confidently buy a bottom and watch it trade up for a full year. So I don't think Hood trades up to $40 by end of year. At this point, I don't. You'd have to break above 478 for me to see that happening. Fundamentally, I had a problem with the ER statement. Did I get more flow coming in SPY, by the way? All for today. January 28th, 437 C, for $600,000. So you should see a move higher to this 440. Should tag this 440 here. A little bit of sellers coming in above here, 437.92. Be aware of this. But we do have bulls stepping in right now. Yeah, I think you have to manage. If you're going to buy, you can buy stock and buy and sell stock at each level. But I don't see. I was looking for a bunch of stock to buy this year that I could, manage, but not manage as closely as I didn't want to. Right? You don't want to have to manage a stock every single day. You do once a day, once a week. Events that are coming up. You want to know if any bad negative news comes out on a stock, but to so intensely monitor a stock position with the risk that's in the market, I don't think there's much I'm going to be able to buy this year, unless it's just for a day or a week or a level. Oh, thanks, Rolly. Appreciate it, brother. It would be kind of funny, right, Michael? If Amazon split, it would, You know, that would be the piece of the cake right there. All right, Robbie, I'll check my DM. Yeah, this flows all day traders. Just so you guys, it's short covering. You guys, so I want you guys to see something, okay? I want to show you guys something. I don't know how, all of you, right? I want to talk. Some of you guys might know this or might not know this. So do you see how we're trading higher right here? And it just keeps pressing higher and higher. This is a real melt up, right? And what this shows, I want you to realize that what this shows is this is a short covering rally. This is not a Vanna trade. Or I don't know if you guys know the difference between a short covering rally and a Vanna trade. This is considered a short covering rally. You'll see a slow grind up all day long. I don't know if any of you guys can see the differences in a rally. This is considered a short covering rally. So if you want to be able to identify a short covering rally, that's what's happening right here. Yeah, I think so. I watched one of these guys this weekend, right? Dude, it wouldn't shock me. Like if you saw an Amazon split, it would help, right? Totally, it would help them. It would tell. I can't say that it wouldn't blast the market north, or at least Amazon north. It would be hilarious to see that. We'll bring up Tesla real quick if you guys want to see Tesla. Yeah, that's my only problem. That's my real fear right now is you can get trapped as a bull. I love FOMO. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that I don't love FOMO. I'm not going to lie and tell you that I don't get consumed with greed as we trade higher. But I think that more so than ever before, you take that long trade, but you sell it. You can't hold it. You can't be like, you guys know what I'm talking about. I know some of you guys know what I'm talking about. There's a huge difference. You could have bought Square way down in the dumpster, and it was always going to go up. You could buy that the underlying stock, just hold on to it, sell puts. You could trade options on the dips, and it was going up. You could trade AMD back and forth. Right, AMD was a kick-ass trade, just trading it back and forth, back and forth. No fear at any time that AMD is going to fall off the side of the planet. You knew there was a bottom to AMD. You're like, this is a great stock to buy. It's a great trade, great option, great calls to buy. I mean, SE, that ticker SE, for a straight year. For a straight year, it ran a channel. It was just a printing machine going up. It was unbelievable. You could, with confidence, take SE, and it just traded up in this one channel. It was amazing. And I just don't think you can do that anymore. Yeah, even though we're trading up here in Tesla, right? We're trading up here at 860, right? Remember just a week ago, we're trading in the thousands. Remember a week before that, we were trading in the 1100s. Remember the week before that, we were trading in the 1200s. So, a couple weeks, but we start to become range bound and much lower prices here. Right? Sellers stepping in. You are going to get panic at these levels. You know that there are bulls that are locked in from buying ER that need to get out, right? That need to get out. All this stuff starts to set up the market trading down. Right? Short takes the smart bears take the money and run. Right? You've got sellers that'll be hiding above on Tesla. Hiding right now. Hold on here. Right up here at 860. You've got bumpy road here. Light resistance at 879. More sellers hiding above at 890. A lot of traffic above on Tesla. Right to 900. This is where it could trade to. I don't think it's going to get to 900, but if it did get to 900, you've got a pretty big wall of sellers here. And one other point to note, right, is you won't see a lot of capitulation while there's buyers, right? You're going to see people buying the dip. You're going to see guys like Bill Ackman saying buy the dip. You're going to see people telling you to buy the dip. You're going to see people tell you all dollar cost average this stuff. You're going to hear everything in the book. You're going to hear people say I'm going to buy it at 900. You heard me, Kevin, say he bought the other day, right? If he gotten the best price he possibly could have, it would have been at the rock bottom at 850, and it traded down to 792, right? So he just broke even at this point. Do you think me, Kevin, is going to sell out where he is right here? I think I might have my numbers wrong, but I swore he said that he bought about $1 or $2 million worth of stock the other day. He bought back in. I could be wrong on this. But I guess he bought at 850. I think that was the absolute bottom last time we were here. I think a week or two ago, he traded down to 850. Let's just say he got the best price at 850. So for $2 million or $1 million, he bought $1 million in stock. So we hit 792, I think, today. Do you think he's going to sell out of his position here? Now that we've hit 792, you might as well retest it again, right? How much did he lose? A couple $100,000, something like that. It's more than most of y'all making a year, right? They don't always reverse right away, but they don't last as long. Yeah, Palantir had a ton of puts come into it this morning before I came on. The short covering rallies tend not to last as long as a Vanna trade. A Vanna trade will last like 3 days, and it just melts and melts. What you're doing is you're trapping. So I want to explain the difference too in a short covering flipping to a Vanna rally. You'll see the Vanna rallies start with shorts covering, and then you'll see a bid come into the market. So right where we are right now, like 436, you should expect right now to see millions of dollars in block trades come in. And then that short covering rally will be pushed to the next level of where shorts are. And then you'll see another wave of call action come in, like major call action, and they'll be flipped again, and they'll move higher and higher and higher. So when you just see this short covering rally, if you don't see heavy call hedging coming in right now, then you know that it'll just end. You'll see it be muted. He sold on the 960 rip. Yeah, I haven't paid attention to him. I wasn't watching him for a long time, and then I paid attention to him last week or whatever, and then I didn't pay attention to him again this week. Someone commented that he bought another dip or something. So he bought it and sold again. Are you saying that he bought a dip and then he sold it again? Yeah, I don't know where we trade. All I can tell you is this. There are sellers waiting to sell at 900, or right here at 860, right? You guys, we have to do another video on distribution too. I have to do another video on distribution. I've never met Kevin. Yeah, no. So do I think we're in a bull trap? I don't think it's completely a bull trap. I think you're going to see shorts. Yeah. So bears want to see the VIX come down so they can buy the VIX, and bears want the best positioning they can get to take short again. It's probably at 440. And if we see something change, we'll flow with it. If we see a bunch of calls come in, like if we see $50, $100 million, $30 million, $10 million, just banger calls up to 460, 470, 480, sure. We'll turn it into a Vanna rally. But if we don't see that stuff, then if we don't see that in the close today, I'm going to take another short there. I'm without a doubt taking a short today if we don't see that. I'll take a 440p expiring on February 18th all day long right now. Especially if the banks are in at 408 and 400 and I get to take a 440 into the 18th of February, I'll take that all day long. Take that trade all day long. So you got him below 900 and sold at 960 exactly at the Fed FOMC notes release. Good for him then. He was smart. It was really weird. Like when Wednesday happened, we should have had a Vanna rally right at that moment, and that was a problem that we didn't. And the nail in the coffin for me was the end of the interviewing. Like that last half an hour or so, I was like, oh shit. Yeah, I'm glad that he was able to get out. He seems like a smart guy. I don't think that the guy is not a smart guy. My big question about him is, can he switch to like you've built the channel around being a bull and you make your money off being a bull. Dude, so I want you guys to know, like, if I was just bullish all the time right now, I could probably monetize this channel and it wouldn't matter if Tesla traded to the depths of hell. If I could just soothe bulls all day long, regardless, because I could just come back on later in the afternoon and say, damn, look, it went down today. Doesn't that suck? It's all right, boys. Let's pull it together. We'll trade it higher tomorrow. Bulls don't care, man. I'm a bull, and I get it. Like, you want to hear someone telling you everything positive. I know you guys want me to go out there, do my research on Tesla and say, all these facts and figures say we're going up from here. And it doesn't matter if Tesla goes up. I could just sell you guys some bullshit and make money off that. But I can't, so sorry. So we should trade up to 440. 440 seems reasonable. I don't know if it happens right now, but you should see 440 today at some point. Even if we trade sideways and down into the close, then you see a short covering rally into right to the 4 o'clock hour. You can see a short covering rally. But even though there's a short covering rally, it's just another opportunity to take short right now. You have to show me some news that is going to show me that the market's actually moving up. There has to be some data and some news that says we're going to trade the market to all-time highs. Because if you can't, oh, has he really? I haven't been paying attention to him either. Sometimes he comes in my feed. He has been in my feed recently. I haven't been on my regular Twitter handle in 2 weeks. I jump on there at nighttime and shit post, but that's as far as I go with it. I'll shit post on Twitter. But I haven't checked out Master Wu in at least a week or 2 weeks. I haven't checked out most people on Twitter the past couple weeks. On my the CaptainJimJames handle, I go on there and do a rant in the middle of the night or something, or say some stupid shit during market hours. Where's the smart money on Tesla? I don't. You want to see above or below? Where's the smart money on Tesla? They're selling right now. They're looking to get out of their longs. Trust me. I haven't checked in on Brian Watt. I meant to, haven't. Twitter's been a dumpster fire. I'll look up Tesla right now for you. I want you guys to know you got sellers here on Tesla, okay? I'll get some big red lines real quick, and I'm going to switch over from Mary to Apple. I'll try to take a look above. Got sellers directly here at 860. They're saying, get me the fuck out of here. You know there's sellers hiding, right? I know you guys know there is. Major sellers at 880, 898, 908. I mean, do you guys get sellers trapped all the way above to 1200? $900 seems like the spot. These are your diamond handers over here. People that are saying, if I just tell myself it's going back up, it will. DM to regular Jim James just sent us. Thanks, Robbie. I haven't checked yet, Robbie. Twitter's gone. He's probably pretty fucking pissed off right now. I got to be honest with you. Brian Watt's probably pretty fucking pissed off right now, and I don't fucking blame him either. He got trashed on Twitter by a lot of fucking people. And I've made a lot. Dude, I used to watch everything Brian put out. Brian's made me a fuck ton of money. Brian was one of the guys that I would go to. I checked with 2 or 3 guys out there to see if my thesis was right. Like I had to get my thesis together, and I would go and check a few people, and he was one of them. And he's made me a lot of money. I went on a fucking rant about that. I went on a fucking huge rant on fucking the, like, it wasn't so much Twitter personalities. It was that they allowed comments in their posts where they ripped on, they got real fucking snarky on Brian Watt. They can go fuck a stick, as far as I'm concerned. I love Brian Watt. He makes great fucking calls all day long. I trade with Brian Watt over 95% of Twitter, even now. You know, a guy's fucking fighting for his life, and he's got a bunch of fucking shit bags. That shit bothers you, right? Come in and they'll say shit like Brian Watt said this and Brian Watt said that. Brian Watt can go fucking short or long at any fucking moment. That guy will turn on a dime at any fucking moment. So, you know, he makes a video or he makes a post or he says this will never happen or something like that. And if it does happen, I'm sure Brian was trading it down. I trust Brian Watt as a trader over half those guys out there. More than half. Like 3/4 of them. Look at Apple up here trading at 169. Above 179, 184, 197. Got support down here at 150. I'll bring up the add-ons. Yeah, I don't doubt that Brian Watt or shut it all down. And you know what? He should. If people don't show appreciation or at least respect, and it seemed like it was across Twitter. Like I was going through and I saw a lot of people shit talking Brian Watt. And so if he wants to delete his channel and all of his information, fucking right. I would too. You know, you pull it out and say, fuck you. There you go. You trade on your own. Because I know, Brian, it's funny. The funny part about all this, or the stupid part about all this shit, is you got every fucking bear out there ripping on Brian Watt. And I'm going to myself, well, look at this. They must fucking watch his ass every day. They're probably fucking watching him every fucking day because they're scared shitless to take a short unless Brian Watt tells them to. And what's crazy is that Brian Watt is mostly short. Like he mostly fucking shorts, even on the way up. So it's not like Brian Watt's fucking long most of the time. Swear words and insults. His Twitter handle is @RealBrianWatt. Maybe @RealBrianWatts. I'm not sure if there's an S in the end or not. But it's kind of funny, right? You got all these fucking hack jobs out there trying to pin Brian Watt and say, oh, look, he's wrong again or something stupid like that. And they're consuming his content. They're consuming his content because they know he's a better trader than they are. They just want, you got these trolls out there and all they really want to do is, they want to pin you on something or they want to say, look what he said. But in the meantime, none of these people make their own predictions. None of these people show their trades. None of these people take a trade live. They don't do that shit. They just don't do it. Like none of these people tell you before, I bought fucking Tesla 1200C expiring on Tuesday. They don't tell you that shit. They don't tell you I took a SPY put. I took a SPY 440p right now at fucking 2:45 in the afternoon. I never see that shit on Twitter ever. It's like 1 out of 100 accounts that I see someone say, I fucking just took a put on SPY right now at this moment and post it. Rare. I'll fucking see people draw fucking big old fucking charts with big red bars coming down to fucking 300, So, but you don't see people say, I'm taking this trade right now. I'm taking that trade. Now, Brian Watt does that shit all day long. I love that fucking guy. Fucking love him. Guy's taught me how to trade. That fucking guy's got more fucking tools in one finger. He's the fucking greatest of all time. Yeah, he probably deleted his stuff because he's pissed off. And I don't blame him for being pissed off. It takes a lot to make videos. It takes a lot to trade while you're making videos. You talking to people. Like I talk to you guys and I'm trying to take trades. And it's not easy. I'm not being able to focus on what I want to trade. I've taken once I started doing these live, I don't trade nearly as prolifically as I once was. I just noticed that this week, like Tuesday or something, I noticed that I'm not trading like I once was. I'm making less money than I once was due to my decreased trading. So I think there was a few days this past week where I was trading, or last week and this week, where I stopped talking in midstream so that I can make trades because it's important to me. I need to make my money too, right? As a matter of fact, I'm probably going to sign off. I'll leave the book map up so you guys can see where we are in Apple. You can see there's a wall of sellers here, right? You can see that we're just sitting out here on Apple. This is like no man's land here, right? This is not where you want to be. This is no man's land. This is people wanting to take profit from above. Everybody's happy with ER. And the target below is 150. Look at this. There's a wall of sellers here just waiting to get out, right? Nothing but traffic here. And the price target ultimately is 150 for right now on Apple. I'm probably going to take a break here for a few minutes. I'll leave the stream up. You guys keep talking with each other. I'll check back in towards the end of the day, see if we get that squeeze up into the close. And I'll be taking a trade at that point. If we get up to 440, I'm going to take a trade at 440 down in the market into February 18th. If you guys don't think we're trading down from 440 into February 18th, dude, you got to show me something that I ain't seeing. You got to, because you got to show me something that says we're going up to 470 or 480 on February 18th, or that we'll be at 470 with what we know right now. With what we know in the market right now, if you think we're trading up to 470, you got to show me something. You got to show me that a bank took a $40 million bet on 480. Not 470. If you think we're trading at 470, you better be showing me 480, bets on 480, bets on 490, because that's where the absolute gamma strike would need to be just to trade to 470. Right? You never actually hit where there's a wall and there's an absolute gamma strike. Two different things. Where we can trade to is different than where the bets are. Right? The outside tail range. So if you see calls at 500, you'll probably trade to 480, 490. If you see calls at 480, you might trade to 470. If you see a call wall, let's say at 470, or absolute gamma strike at 470, You might trade to 460. Yeah, okay, you know what I'll try to do is I'll make a little box down here. I'll put a little box down here that says be back soon or be back at 2:30. Good point. Eddie, thanks for bringing that up. Yeah, so I'll leave the stream up today. We're gonna let this load up right here. But Eddie, I will make that. I will make that. I can make a little image that comes up right here that says be back at 2:30 or something, or 2 o'clock, or the next big pivot. Because I do want you to know if there is a large pivot in the market, I'll always come back on. Like normally I do, on average, like 9 out of 10 times. If there's a large pivot in the market and I'm away from the desk, I will. I still watch the market, but I will come back on and start talking again. Do you guys like me on here all day, every day? Thanks, Invesqua. I still need those study sets, brother. I had to delete my account with Thinkorswim and then get a new one. I'm gonna reach out to you, Invesqua. We're trading just below VWAP right now on SPY. Thanks, Invesqua. Yeah, I'll put a be back. I'll be right back or something. And I'll leave the stream up always. Yeah, if you guys like the stream every day, I'll put the stream up. I'm gonna have some interviews to do as well. I've got 4 people right now lined up. I've got some special guests, just so you know. We've got. Do you want a highlight of who's coming on? Yeah, I've got 3 people right now. So our first guests, right? We've got Volatility Wiz coming on. We've got Volatility Wiz coming on. We've got Brian Griffo coming on. He's Tesla Wolf. We have Tesla Wolf coming on. We've got Volatility Wiz coming on. We've got At Quinn Invests coming on. We've got Joe Donut coming on. I'm trying to get Emerson on if I can at some point. Would like to have Invesqua on at some point. Haven't asked him yet, but want to ask him to come on. Yeah, we'll do video interviews of a slow trading day. Just chatting. Some of the talk might just be... Some of the talk just might not even be directly market oriented. Try to find out who people are, like who they are as people, what got them into trading, their stories, right? Sometimes I feel like interviewing on you guys can always go to other channels to find interviews from people where they try to be all technical, which I find boring. Sometimes I listen to some interviews and I'm like, man, this is so boring. I just want someone to talk in the back room. I was thinking about it. I was talking to Tesla Wolf the other night and I said, it'd be kind of neat to have a channel where when you come into key pivots in the market, you're paying attention to it and you're taking trades. But in the meantime, you're talking to someone about other stuff. Maybe it's market oriented or just close to it, or maybe the market news we can talk about. Yeah, we're going to have a talk about that. Derek Kodner is expecting a short squeeze. Okay, so let's talk about a short squeeze. Right now this morning, yeah, we've had Markets and Mayhem on before. I love him. We'll have him back on as well. Let's talk about a short squeeze, okay? Right on. Thank you, Avery. So let's talk about a short squeeze. So when you short squeeze, right, you've got a short covering rally, and then you've got the Vanna trade, which is somewhat the short squeeze. You want to see, so right now we just had short covering, right? We just had this short covering. And we should have squeezed if a bid came into the market along with that short covering. And we haven't seen that yet, right? On the 24th, we should have seen a short squeeze that lasted for multiple days. We didn't see that, right? On FOMC, we should have seen a short squeeze. We saw short covering on FOMC. We saw short covering on the tag at 420. We saw short covering today, but we have yet to see that Vanna trade, which is short squeeze. When shorts cover and are squeezed at the same time with a huge inflow of call options. So this would be the third day that we have not seen the short squeeze. So if I say to you, we'll see a short squeeze, and we've just had 3 excellent dates to have that short squeeze, when does it come true? So this would be 3 dates where we haven't had a short squeeze, where we should have had one. We haven't seen it. And that is because of the underneath the hood, what's going on. To imply that we're going to have a short squeeze implies that we're trading to all-time highs once again. Yeah, I'd love to have you on, Invesqua. So think about that. I want you guys to think about a bigger picture. Yeah. No, we're not on a squeeze. We're in a short covering right now. This is called short covering rally. There's no difference in what this is than when we melt up slowly, right? It's short covering. For us to short squeeze, right, as they cover, you would see a large bid come into the market alongside profit taking. I want you guys to be aware of the difference between a short squeeze and short covering. It's profit taking only going on right now. I'm not seeing here any kind of a large block trade bid to the upside to squeeze shorts. This looks very orderly. You have to differentiate the two and be able to identify the difference in both. It's critical that you identify the difference in both. You want to be able to see when the banks step in to actually squeeze shorts. You want to see because banks will say, we know that shorts are going to cover today, right? We know shorts are covering, so we're going to step in here and squeeze them at the same time. And so that's not happening at this moment. It could happen, but you want to look for the signs of it happening, and we haven't seen those signs yet. Yeah, I want to hear Emerson talk. There's a Euro boomer. I'd like to interview him. There's a few guys on here that I'm interested in. There's a Jason. I'd like to interview Jason if we can. I think he's living right now. We were talking about surfing the other day. I don't know where I forget where he's living right now. He's talking about Arizona and California and stuff. I'd like to talk to him at some point. There's a few of you out there that you guys know who you are. What are the goals for the community? Okay, so let's talk about some other stuff. I'm fine with you guys. I need to put better rules out there. So inside of the Discord, right? You guys know the difference between, or I guess we have to define the difference because we were telling people not to post links or something inside the Discord. And in reality, I want you guys to post any links that you want to inside the Discord, any videos that you want to inside the Discord. But there has to be a line between Like, we don't want to be posting Benzinga, or even if you guys use these things, like I don't want you guys posting like Benzinga or use a couple others, right? There's where they're just selling shit. Like, what's the other two others? There's one that starts with an A. There's one that starts with a, like Motley Fool would be the other one. And there's like that guy Warrior Trading. That guy just sells shit, right? He's not really a trader. Like you can't be posting from a guy that, like, I don't want you posting like videos to people that are just self promoting. But if you guys want to post anything that's the democracy of information, like if you guys post stuff from Spot Gamma, that's fine. You guys post stuff from some Twitter personality that has a YouTube channel where he talks about options or talks about anything that's giving you information that makes you a better trader. I'm fine with all of that stuff from anybody. Any resources that you post from YouTube is fine. I forget what the other fucking stupid site is. They're like Motley Fool. There's like a couple Motley Fool type sites out there. They do articles and stuff. I was just talking about one of these the other day, or this morning with Joe Donut, a specific site. Those kind of sites. So just self work with each other on that. Make sure it's just not like a self promotion to sell subscriptions to people, right? Seeking Alpha. That's who it is, Joel. Goddamn Seeking Alpha. Sorry, I'll beep myself out. Beep. No Seeking Alpha. Like, I don't want to see Motley Fool and Seeking Alpha stuff in there. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, the solicitation type stuff. You guys know exactly who it is. You guys know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about, like, I should be more clear with that with people. Like, if you guys post stuff from, like, I don't know, if some trader out there, or even if they've got a private sub or some, or a paid sub, I'm fine with their stuff from YouTube. It's, the ones that we can't be posting. Anyone out there selling like $1,000 private subscriptions, trying to get you into paying for like, $1 million classes, and they only make a video to suck you in? There's another guy out there that does that stuff. The guy with the shaved head and the dark shaved hair. I forget his name. He's like tall, and he does like short videos where he doesn't quite tell you about the VIX, but tells you just enough. And then they advertise all over YouTube. Like, just keep that shit out of the Discord. So the question was, what do I want to see this turn into? I want it to turn into, I want to just turn to a free resource for traders, a community of traders that are happy, right? Trying to help each other, not bitching and whining, not complaining constantly. I don't care if you trade against me. I want you guys to be able to help each other out. I want it to be a free sub. I want us to be able to trade together, find good entries. This is a good entry right here, right? You guys should be looking for some form of a, right here on the SPY, you guys looking for another trade up to 440. If we trade back on this trade here, you're going to look for a tag at, if you're bearish, we could tag back down below at 430.64. If you see 1, 2, 3 setup starting right here, possibly trade up to this 440 before the day. My expectation, though, is in these situations that we can trade back a little bit here. We could possibly trade back to, because we're still bullish right now. But if we do trade back, you'd look for a retest down below at 430, believe it or not. We could trade that low from here. We'll see if there's good support here. Can I zoom in SPY on the book map? 440 is disappearing. Yes, it is. Yep, 440 is disappearing. The sellers have come down. Still a little bit of ice above here. Still a little bit of ice up here. We could trade down to 430. Another mad dead. There's a couple other levels. There's another level here at 432.90 to watch. And then a confluence down below. Somewhere, yeah, it's 432. No, 433.40 would be a number to look at. 432-ish. And then somewhere down around 430 would be a price target as well. You have to see the flow as well. Watch the flow out there. Make sure you're watching to see if bears are stepping in right now currently. So I posted a link inside of this, Yeah, so what do I see this sub going? What I want the sub to become is I want to be able to release a trading classes for people, anywhere from like 10 to 30 or maybe start with 5 to 10 trading classes. They're free. This is something that you'd pay for elsewhere. I want them to be free, and then add more trading classes to them. I'd like to see alerts, be able to post better alerts on Twitter so you guys can get actionable trades. I'd like to see if myself or anyone else could make a video once a day, a daily brief that's recorded every night, and then do a live stream that's private at some point inside the Discord. We're gonna take it off YouTube and try to attract people slowly to it. We're gonna make it like you have to find us at some point. There's a bunch of stuff. I got a whole bunch of stuff written down. But keep it free. That's the key basis behind this. And just work off donations and tips. If it pays for the time and for the services that I purchase, and if it pays for itself, we'll keep it running. If it doesn't, then I'll let you guys know. I'll just tell you guys. I'll be honest with you. Hey, you're welcome. I'll put a link again into the Discord real quick. The Discord, I have to put it in the description, but for right now, I'll put another link into the chat. Here it is again. There's another link. Yeah, I'll let you guys know. Or at the worst case scenario, if it turns into something where it's if it's something that we can't maintain, I'll just give you guys what my other thought was, that I would just post every month what it costs to run the entire thing. And then we'll try to make a goal every month to meet those needs. If it comes down to where it's like too much work, or I get too bored or something with it, or it's impacting my my making money or something like that. So I'll just always be honest with you guys. You guys will always get just full honesty from me. Yeah, and we can leave it. If it doesn't work for me, we can still leave it up and running. You know, it's not like we have to close it down or something like that. We can scale it back. So that I'm not constantly on YouTube or something. We can make it work at some point. It's a work in progress. It just started. So we'll work on it. It started with just a daily, I would just type up my own due diligence every day. So it's grown into this, and it'll become easy. It'll get smoothed out. It just takes some time. It's just grown faster than I expected. Is the rust falling right now? That's weird. I don't have IWO for some reason. Yeah, VIX is getting kind of spiky. You guys watching the curling up on the VIX? Yeah, the Russell's looking kind of weak right now, isn't it? Yeah, we're going to make it semi-private. We're going to make it, like you can find us, but you have to hear about us, or you have to turn someone on to it. It'll be somewhat private to an extent. Are you nuts to think 446 possible end of day? There's probably a 5% chance that you'll see. Yeah, I can do that. I can do that with a flow channel. I'll put a flow channel up for you. I think I can pump a feed with Flow in there, to be honest with you guys. I think I can post like a Flow Algo live stream into the Discord. That just shows it. Do I think we can trade at 446 possible in a day? There's a 5% chance that we could short cover squeeze into the last 5 minutes of the day. But it's not likely because of the positioning of the market. It's likely that shorts are covering and they're repositioning it once again. It's okay. We can do this, right? We'll do this for the next 3 to 4 weeks until everyone gets comfortable with we're in a bear market. We'll do this. We'll go through the motions. It's kind of like a relationship, right? You're in a relationship with your buddy. Something was difficult for me is when I was a younger guy, all my friends in high school got married, and then all my friends in college, they graduated, got a job, and they got married. And then I'm not married. And I had to adjust to my friends being married. Then my friends had kids. I got married later in life. I got married in my late 20s. I don't know. I was 32 when I got married. Sorry, I said late 20s. I got married at 31 or 32. But I was later in my group of friends. But I had to adjust to them having kids. And so we'll adjust to this market where it might take time for us to, change our friendships with the market, change our understanding of the market. And so everything that we've grown accustomed to, Vanna rallies, all these short squeezes, all this kind of stuff, we'll get accustomed to this as time moves forward. You're welcome, Jess. You're trying to figure out? Yeah, it's like 1%. I'm being generous. Is it time for whiskey time already? I am being generous, aren't I, Invesqua? I'm trying to throw softballs out there to bulls. I'm trying to get bulls to like that come to Jesus moments, but they're not. They're not going to come to Jesus. When you take a 440p, you do it just like you do it as a bull. So what do you do when you're a bull, right? When you come to a bottom, you put risk on going up with you do some in the money put spreads. You date them out for the next OPEX, and then if we start trading down, you get into some weekly puts. If we go deeper down, you get into some put FDs, right? And you lay on more and more risk, but just in the opposite. Just on the opposite side of stuff. That's some shots up in here. Yeah, let me take a break, and I'll leave you guys to this. You guys got my targets for below, right? You got a target here somewhere around 433 and change. Another target and a confluence down here at like 432. And then ultimately, it wouldn't surprise me to see us trade down to 430. We might get some support in here. It's possible. Some buy the dipper step in, but pay attention to the flow as it comes in. I want you to know that day traders like me want to see it trade down to between 430 and 433, and then see it get picked up for a rip into close, or we just sell straight down into the close depending on where the VIX is. The VIX is curling up pretty well here, right? It's curling back over a little bit, but this is looking like it's basing for a move higher. So I'm going to expect some capitulation down into the 3 or 4 o'clock hour, and then a rip higher. I haven't banned anybody, just so anybody knows. He got banned yesterday, Cap, and he has missed. How do we ban Diesel? I didn't know that I banned Diesel. How do I unban him? I can unban him. Who is he? Is he banned from YouTube? Or is he banned from the Discord? Yeah, let me know how to unban him. I didn't know that he was banned. Okay. Yeah, I think so. You know what I think of what it was I think it was me. So it wasn't your wife's boyfriend. I haven't given clear instructions to people. And I gave your wife. So the other, I want to apologize to, let me apologize to Diesel. We had some, earlier this week, I pulled out the ban hammer and I asked your wife's boyfriend to pull out the ban hammer. So we might have been a little too heavy in the banning. And that's ultimately my responsibility and my fault. So I will unban Diesel. Yeah. No, I've got no. Yep. That was me. I was aggressive in the background. It had more to do with, that's my fault. I didn't pick anybody specifically, but I was the one that told your wife's boyfriend to get the ban hammer out. So that's not his fault. That's ultimately me. I was trying to quell some taking the elevator down. So I will talk to your wife's boyfriend, and I'll talk to any of those guys that have been banned. We'll unban them immediately. And it's probably poor communication from my side. I need to do a better job of communicating what I'm looking for. It had more to do with you guys know who it had to do with. It didn't have any of these guys. Yeah. No, I'll talk. No worries. I'll fix it. I apologize. Well, he may. It stems back from. There was two things going on in the live stream that can be poisonous to market viewpoint, where you just get overly bullish and overly bearish, and it can impact how people trade. Yeah, no, I don't want to lose anybody. I don't want to lose any members of the community at all. Nobody. So ultimately, it's my responsibility. So I'll make a personal apology to him as well, and I'll find out what's going on, and I'll take care of it. What? They got arrested for child abuse? Hold on. So what I'll do is I'll talk to your wife's boyfriend. That was me, because I wanted to put the ban hammer on. It had more to do with sometimes subs and not subs, but it wasn't happening in my knowledge in Discord, but on the YouTube channel. People can get real restless, right? They get very emotional in their trading, and they come in and they want to create strife or whatever. And so you just got to time people out, cool them down a little bit. You don't want to be using the ban hammer. You just want to be, well, some people, well, not some people. I specifically told your wife's boyfriend to break out the ban hammer 3 days ago. I should have called your wife's boyfriend back and said, okay, we've done what we're supposed to have done. That's my fault. I apologize directly. Yeah, no, I've got you. Hold on. Eat some water. I didn't know that, so I'm all over it. You got March calls, 471. Let me think about that. I'm all over it. Avery, I promise I will unban Diesel, and I'll even apologize publicly to him when I unban him. So I'll hop in there and I'll unban him right away. Yeah, tapering of banning. Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to go to lunch. Let me take a break, and I'll be back. You guys are hilarious. And please, if you do see Diesel out there, can you please extend my apology to him? Yeah, I'll be back. We need a place to share scanners for Thinkorswim. Is there a place you can create? He's mentioned yesterday that he would be willing to share for one, which is appreciated. Yeah, I can make a channel for that stuff you guys want. I'll make a channel for Thinkorswim scripts, any kind of scripts. Thinkorswim. I've got a bunch of scripts too, by the way. I've got scripts for like TradingView, a bunch of dope ass shit that I wrote myself. I got a bunch of shit that has been given to me over time. I'll make a flow channel, a script channel. You know what we'll do? Let's work on that today too. So I'll meet you guys today at some point at 4 o'clock. Anyone that wants to be a mod or to admin inside of the Discord or needs more, like I think I can give moderators the ability to create channels. So we'll get in there today at 4 o'clock. I know, free diesel. I'll check Twitter DMs today too. You guys are killing me. I'll check Twitter DMs today. You got kicked from the group for posting a Discord mod meme. What? All right. So I'm all over this stuff. And I'll meet you guys in there today to try to have a talk or a meeting about getting some mods. Yeah, usually, right? Usually, it's usually should just be a conversation, a private conversation, right? Just chill out, relax, or whatever. Now, we did have a follower earlier in the week that didn't understand that. And so I broke out the ban hammer and I handed it to somebody to use. So I will change my stance on that. Check my PayPal. Did I get some tippage today? Somebody tip me? I'm going to go through anyone that donated today as well. If you've donated it or if you are going to support the stream, we're going to go through and get some shout outs today as well, because it is Friday. We'll have a whiskey together today because it's Friday, and we'll start getting some of you guys ramped up. Yeah, we'll unban 5 members from yesterday. Yes, I will fix all of these things today. I'm on it. Before end of day today, before like 4 or 5 p.m., I'll get you guys a link to the Discord again right now. I'm going to post one inside the chat once more. And if you are banned, I'll get the unbanner hammer out and I'll issue a public apology to every member at this point. It's ultimately my responsibility. I think I might have been not clear enough. So I just posted in the chat. Someone got banned, doxxed, and then are we not connected? Shit. Are we connected or not connected? It looks like I had a dropped signal again. I think I just had a dropped signal once more. We might have dropped the signal on the stream here briefly. Thanks, Mess. Yeah, so, hey, Mess, I don't get, so the ones that come through on the, so it's weird. I get donations in two ways. I get one donation path. I see them immediately. The other donation path, I don't see them until Wednesday. Or not Wednesday. I don't see them until Fridays. So I come on every Friday and I'll talk to all you guys out there specifically. So I'll be giving you guys shout outs today around 3 o'clock. I'm dovish on bans for the rest of the year. Yeah, no. Normally, typically, what all it needs to be is it needs to be just a side conversation. You know, be cool or whatever. Not even muted or anything like that. It just needs to be a side conversation. Just talk to somebody, and then you don't really break out the ban hammer unless there's like gross abuse. And then even then, there's a whole bunch of shit I need to be more clear about. And just make sure that everybody's aware. It's not, you guys know on your own, you guys should be able to self-moderate most instances. You should be able to self-moderate. I don't care if you guys even are. I don't even care if you're like, hey, Cap made the wrong call today. I don't care about any of that shit. The only thing that I do care about is when I care about 2 or 3 major things. Like, I don't want anything that's really derogatory towards people for their religious backgrounds, color of their skin. You know what I'm talking about. That shit I'm talking about. Their sexual orientation. I've got zero tolerance for any of that kind of stuff, because I don't care what you do in your regular life out on Main Street, but we're here to make money. So we have to have we're here to make money hat on. Then the only second thing that I care about is brigading. So if we're going to brigade at any point, where if you're frustrated or pissed off, that's fine. If a trade didn't go your way, that's fine. But if you start to brigade the sub or the YouTube channel or the Discord, then that's an issue. Other than that, though, I don't care if you're just like, Cap missed the call, he sucks. That's fine. I don't care about any like lighthearted making fun of me, that kind of stuff. I just don't like the brigading stuff, right? So as long as you don't become that, that's cool. I'm cool with that. I had to pull the banhammer out earlier this week because there was a moment of absolute, I don't even want to say it, just pure stupidity. And it wound up affecting the entire stream. It bothered me deeply. Like hearing somebody saying I'm short at 480, and I'm still short right now, blew my mind. Like, I've never once told anyone ever, and never would tell you to do anything crazy like that. Pure insanity. Yeah, I'll take care of it. I'll free the 5. I'll free the 5. Is that Omar that said that? Yeah, I'm all over your wife's boyfriend. I got you, brother. I'll give you a call right now. Yeah, and just to be clear, anything that your wife's boyfriend has done is all upon me, because I'm the one that's saying break out the banhammer. So I'm just not being clear enough. So if any mods are doing anything right now, it's typically because I've fucked up. All right. So I'll talk to you guys soon. I'm going to take a quick break and I'll get right back to you. I'll leave the stream on, of course. Your price target is still end of day 440. I don't know if we see 446 or 446. That would take some kind of an irrational move higher. You have a steady supply of sellers here, okay? I want you guys to see that you have a steady supply of sellers here. I think the safe trade is up to 440. I think that if we do trade to 446, as someone was asking, it's possible. I don't think it's a safe trade, though. So if you guys can trade it up to 446, you guys can trade to 470 if you want. But the risk for me when I put onto the market this morning looked like the trade was a dip buy to 440, and that's where I think the safety is in that trade. Now it can change if you start to see more flow continue into end of day, and we trade higher to 450, 446. Stay with the trade. We want to match the flow to it. Make sure that the flow is matched up as we trade higher. And I'll talk to you guys in a bit. So I just posted a quick chart on Captain's Alpha. If you're getting bullish here, I'm looking for that next step up there to 440. You'll see, if you do check that post on that Captain's Alpha, you'll see the yellow and the blue and the white line and the green line there. These are just areas of support below in case there is a failure where to grab to go higher. It's a mixed bag right now of calls and put flow coming in. All retail traders right now. But still looking for that 440C or that 440 price target above. Sweet. It didn't, it's kind of cool to see that my camera didn't freeze today. We're having problems with camera freeze. So it looks like I'm back on. Can you guys let me know in the chat if you can see me waving my hand at you? Yeah, come on over. Yeah, of course. I'll give you a hug. Want to say hi? Hi. It's right there. All right, out of here. Back to school. Come around, come get, or want to give it to me? Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Yeah, you guys saw one of my daughters there. There was another one over there. Another intern was behind her. Two interns. Babes. They run my life. I'm not the boss of anything. Y'all think I'm the boss of any? If you think I'm the boss of anything out there, you're crazy. Apple, yeah, I think there was. I think they've been pumping that whole Apple could buy Peloton, right? All right, 24th, 23rd. I'll go through all these. All right. Got some stuff for you later. Those are the free interns. Oh, right on. And happy birthday to your daughter, Jess. All right, what's that line above there? This one right here, or this? So this white line right here is VWAP. Yeah, congratulations, Jess. Happy birthday to your daughter. Yeah, I watched a video yesterday of a like it was like a meme, not really a meme, like a video on Reddit, and it had a young child, and it made me think of my daughters when they were that age, when they you're like the superhero in their life. Take the kids to work like a boss. Yeah, I've got two daughters. They're getting older. I'm sad. I wish I had like 10 babies, I'll be honest with you. I never wanted kids, and we had our first child, and that was it. We definitely wanted another one. Now that we have two, I wish we had more. They've been like the best thing in the entire world. Did sellers just snap down? Yeah, it looks like you're going to see some sellers here. Get some large sell orders. These balls, the big ones, the big red ones. See the big green balls pushing us up. You see a couple nice red balls here. Sellers leaning in. We're sitting right on VWAP. A little bit of consolidation to see if we want to take this higher. Price target above is definitely still 440. There's a lot of traffic here too. You can see these sellers. See that white line come down right here? That's called ICE. There's resistance to the move up to 440. It does seem a little early in the day. It is only 2 or 1. I try to consider the time too. You can trap. This is sometimes it'll happen here is it'll look like it's very bullish to make a move higher. In reality, it's a trap for bulls for a move higher later. So you get bulls to buy here. This doesn't always happen, but oftentimes you'll see consolidation here. You'll take a long position here, right? You move up to that first resistance point. You'll enter again. And then it'll trade down. And it'll force you to either capitulate or enter again or average down to make that next leg up. To get that actual push to 440. And, someone was asking earlier, can we go to 446? You'd want to see 440 right now. I'll be honest with you. If you want to see 446, you are going to need to see 440 in the next 10 minutes. And you'd want to see consolidation at 440. Maybe a small pullback down to 436 and that rip up to 446. You'd want to see the power in that move. But typically this is not really a big trap or anything. It's a matter of consolidation, the will of the bulls to want to move it up into the 440. You'll see that quick pullback. Usually you'll see like the three. It's not the 3-bar rule, but it's usually like it's the bears will try to push it down once, twice. They'll make a third attempt to push it down. Sometimes that pushes the stock price down briefly to the real grab to go higher. And then depending on how bullish it is, sometimes that third tap can be right at where we are right now, or it's slightly lower. Now, if you want to learn or not learn, you might know this, but this specific trade right here that we're looking at, personally, I miss grabbing them. I might miss 4 of them where it'll just fail outright, or it moves higher and I didn't grab the third rip higher because it was so strong. But I always wait for the third test below, 2 tests below where we currently are. That way, they almost always work, right? Because if it fails and really fails, I missed it. And if it goes lower, I get the best entry. But I will sometimes miss the trade higher. So sometimes you're missing the trade higher, but you're not missing it if there's a deeper pullback or a failure. So this setup specifically is great. This is a bullish setup. But oftentimes you'll get a slightly deep pullback or a failure. So I'll show it to you here. You'll like trade. You'll do this move right here. You'll trade lower and then away rip higher, or you'll dip lower and then it'll fail. So I always wait for down here first. Now every once in a while though it does rip higher and I miss that trade, but the caveat is that it'll make a false move higher oftentimes, then dip down, and I'll be positioned wrong, or it does that false move higher, trades down, and it fails. So for me personally, just my own trading, how I trade, I will look for this move up. We'll show it right now, real quick. See that we came above, right? Resistance, bounce, right? Start moving up. And you're looking for that third attempt by the bears to knock it down. You can see the red balls right now. 1, 2, 3, 4. This will be that last chance of the bears to push this down. It usually shows a little bit of weakness, at least not every time, but oftentimes enough. It will show a little bit of weakness. You swing down, then you make a nice fat move higher. Sometimes I miss them. I'll be honest with you. I'll wait for a deeper pullback. That last little pullback I'll wait for. But it's more about risk than are we going up from here. There's more about positioning. So I'll trade this with you. If I mean, you guys can be in this trade right now still. I'm going to look for a slight pullback down and see if we can take it higher. Yeah, nice little pullback. 1, 2. I'm going to look for one more dip down here. And then I'll ride this up with you to 440 into the bell. And I'm going to look for a little bit of a deeper pullback here at some point. It'll look like it's going up, and then it should fail. Not fail, but pull back deeply, and then we'll ride it up. Now, there's another note on this would be the time of day. It's 1:58. You can see the attempt to move higher. We could actually trade down heavily into the 3 o'clock hour, and then we rip up into the close. That'd be another option as well. But these are classic setups. I know you guys have seen these a bunch. If you start trading the SPY, you'll see these setups frequently. You know, there isn't really a rule. There isn't really a rule. There's usually so these are patterns that day traders look for. And you'll see the market run, you know, this is in specific stocks and ETFs, like specifically, you'll see these setups in the SPY. You'll see other setups. One of my favorite setups is bullish wedges in Apple. Like when I trade Apple on the intraday, it's always this like tighter and tighter and tighter squeeze that takes place on Apple. So Apple trades its own way. Tesla does the same thing. Not the same as SPY or Apple, but they have their own trading pattern as well. You usually see like a 70 to 90 point move up and then a pullback for 2 or 3 days. You can usually follow a trend line in Tesla as well when it's bullish and when it's bearish. And you just ride that trend all the way up and all the way down. They don't always work, but a lot of the heavily traded stocks and ETFs, there are setups that all traders are looking for, bulls and bears. That happen frequently. Yeah, this is all ice in here. All this light blue that you see is a lot of ice on the bottom and on the top. Looking, you find buyers are already stepping in here on the SPY. There is a buy program kicking in. Here, indicators nice and purple. It'd be interesting to see if it fails right now too briefly, or if it actually does go up. Because it'll be a good example of, hey, you missed one, or you were right waiting for the pullback, or failure. And how I look for the failure, if there is a pullback, and if I'm looking for the failure or just the pullback to go higher, is I'm going to look for flow at the same time. I'm looking for options flow. Are the bulls stepping in on that dip, or are the bears leaning in hard and heavy? Hey, you guys saw one of my daughters. I'll introduce you to both my daughters at some point if you guys want to see them. Rule of thumb, though. And there's a bunch of, so these are all, I'll do some setups with you guys one day with just like we'll go on to Trading View, and we can do intraday setups and show what they look like. There was an easy setup at the open this morning for a bottom on the SPY right off the bell. It was a classic move. That trade down and then trading higher. and how to see if it was going to fail this morning. You can actually just look, and you can, if you just look on a 1 day chart on the SPY, there was a hint that we were going up. If you see the first 2 taps down below, and then we rose a nice, beautiful top, showed that bulls wanted it to go up. If you saw like side, or you saw some really tight sideways without that big, nice crown and that W there, that top on the around 1020 this morning, had that been much lower and just kind of trading sideways, you'd expect it to fail. Seeing that nice push up this morning around 1018 implies that the bulls are trying to make a move. Implies that shorts are covering. So you put that nice push up here, take profit, look for a nice dip down here into the 2 o'clock, maybe the 3 o'clock hour, and then a nice run up to 440 into the close. Now, if we see like huge heavy put flow come in, we'll know that the bulls gave it up, and we should be able to see at some point. And this is another thing that Omar's talking about here, which is another thing that I typically do when I'm day trading, is I usually keep an options chain open. And we've talked about this before, right? So Omar just mentioned that 440 calls are back at 45 cents. So here's a good point. Let's say this morning 440s started at 45 cents, right? That they started the day there. We know it's a zero date. We know they're going to burn the intrinsic value of that call or whatever's left of it. So you'd more than likely see the bottom price of that option. If we're bullish, this works bearish as well, but you'd see that option go from like 45 cents up to $1, let's say, or $2 or $3. I think the 440s are up to $3, say, at some point, but they'll come back to 45, and then they'll like come back to 40 cents or 32 cents. Then it'll go up to like $2 or $3. Then it'll go down to like 15 cents. Then it'll go up to like $1. And so you just want to watch the ebb and flow of an option, because then you know when people got in originally, and you know that they ultimately want them to pay only zero at the end of the day. So I'll watch if I'm interested in a specific ticker, or I also watch the options chains for where the algos switch to. Sometimes they'll start the day off, let's say 440. Then they move over to 335s, 435s, let's say, and contextually to this. So in and out, pumping it all day long or selling it all day long. One of my favorites. Hey, Mero, how are you? One of my favorite places to watch options chains right now is Tasty Trade. It's simple and it's quick. And they show the algos switching back and forth. It's one of the most, for Tasty being such a piece of shit platform, I use the web browser. I don't use the desktop. I use the web browser. Keep it up on a screener. And I'll keep a screener open. And I just watch the chain all day long as I'm day trading. I keep I've got one screener with 9 charts open. I have another screener open with a full candlestick chart. I have another screener open with heat book map on it. I have another screener open with flow algo. And then typically I have another screener with the options chain. Right now I'm flipping back and forth. I'm running so much right now that I usually have anywhere from 5 to 6 screens going. But because of the computating power with bookmap and all this and the streaming, I can only run 5 screens. Well, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screens going right now. But one of them is now I have one of these screens running as a monitor for the broadcast. I'm like trying to add stuff into I was just trading by myself before. And now I'm adding all this other stuff into it. I can't, I'm trying to buy another computer, a big one, like a server. so that I can run everything on a server. I can keep Bookmap going for days and weeks. I want to talk to you guys about something real quick as we sell down here briefly. So I want to talk to you guys as we sell down. Unless you're in a short right here. I see some bears stepping in right now briefly. Day traders. God dang day traders. It's kind of funny too because this setup is so common, right? That bears know they can take a quick jump in right here to knock it down. And bull day traders know it's coming down or expect it to come down. And so it's almost like you've got a dance, right? Between day traders knowing that we're going to knock it down and then we're going to ride it back up. There will be a point where bears will get spooked in this trade and bears will step in and try to take it higher. Very, very common setup. Oh, hey, your wife's boyfriend. My phone was dead. My phone died. I have it on the charger right now. All right, so we're going to talk about something real quick. I'm going to bring something up. I'm going to post. I don't know if I can post it in the feed. Or maybe I can post it in the chat. Oh, I'm going to bring something up here real quick. Give me just a second here. Just a second. Main display alert box. I don't have that. Thought I had this on here. Okay, we're just going to do it on. I might end up clogging the feed up here. I want you guys to, on your own free time, I want you guys to Spot Gamma, YouTube. I want you guys to on your own time. I want you to go to the Spot Gamma website or the Spot Gamma YouTube channel. I want you to do it today, over the weekend, before Sunday. You have to put aside an hour and a half, I think. This didn't get any views. I think it had like 400 views when it was live the other day. It might have got up to a couple thousand at this point. Okay, so right here. Now it's only got 4.9 thousand views. It's a criminal that this hasn't been watched. It's criminal. And do yourself a favor. How long is the live stream? It's an hour and a half or something, hour and 10 minutes. Even if you have to break away from this stream, I feel like the only chance that I have to watch this is right now. I'm going to go out all weekend and have a blast. I would even recommend that you just cut off my stream and you just watch this stream right here from this weekend. Or no, was this yesterday it came out? And see how Spot Gamma is talking about why we haven't had Vanna trades. Why we haven't had spot or Vanna rallies. This someone was asking earlier about. I guess Derek Cotenoy was saying that we're going to get a Vanna rally. Well, they talk in here why we haven't had a Vanna rally, and they talk about why we shouldn't get a Vanna rally, and if we are going to get one, what to look for if we do get a Vanna rally, rather than just short covering. And they talk about the year in here. So, and part of my talk this Sunday will include portions of this video from this weekend, from 32 and SG. I didn't know that CNBC was pumping the bear market thesis. But I do want you guys to, Darius Dale's a badass. He's a badass. I love him. He used to be an old school football player too. But you should watch that video. If you haven't watched it, right, you should. If you're asking me when should I sell Tesla, or when should I sell Tesla, when should I sell my Apple position, when should I sell my QQQ position, or you want to know more information as to where we really are in the market, and they made a really good point in that live cast, which was, we trade day in and day out. And the other day, as a matter of fact, the other day in the Discord, someone mentioned how the difference in price between, or we're talking about getting the flow for SPX, how underlying stocks can impact the SPY before it happens by a few minutes. Then you also have real price. You'll always hear people on Twitter talk about real price. It'll come out, the real price will come out on SPY. So you're talking about sometimes as a trader, you'll get caught as a day trader. You get caught and say, why isn't this working right now? And it's because you weren't paying attention to other aspects of the market, right? You got expiration, you've got OPEX, you've got rolling contracts rolling on different dates, different times, that kind of stuff. And Darius makes the point of that, you have to, even as a trader, sometimes you get caught in something and not realize it. And it'll become apparent after the fact. And you'll say, man, I'm so stupid. How did I not know that was happening? And Darius's point is, even as a day trader, you have to be aware of your macro environment and key moments and key parts. You don't have to be the smart guy. You don't have to be, I don't mean like the smart trader, but oftentimes in the market, there's a lot of noise by people that want to sound smart for different reasons that you don't realize as a follower in social media. Oftentimes you'll see like a new Twitter handle come out, and you'll see people use big words and they'll posit theories and all this kind of stuff. And it's more for them to, believe it or not, get an internship or to start a newsletter that they can charge for. It's like a side hustle for them, or it's for them to get into graduate school. You don't know that. I know some of you probably don't even know that. So, but we're paying attention to it and we're trying to trade with that information or use these grand theses. But you have to understand the motivation behind some of the people that talk on Twitter specifically, what their motivation is in the background. And some people are just there because they're having a bored day at work, right? This is what they do. But they're not actually traders, investors, or whatever. So Darius is good because you can get a macro viewpoint in the market. And it does imply what's going to happen in the market over the course of the year. And there's some good target dates. As a matter of fact, who was it? I think there's a chart. I don't know who had the chart, but there's a chart that shows where the expected rate hikes are this year. I think like November is a rate hike. It got pushed up from December. There's a rate hike in March. There's some like anticipated rate hikes. I'll get that chart for you. I found a chart someone made this weekend that showed where we expect rate hikes this year. So you can like just mark on a calendar where to expect the most volatile parts of this market this year. And Darius does some of that same stuff. He'll do a macro view for you to look at as a day trader and an investor. If you're a long-term investor, you'd be thinking about a guy like that helping you along and when you should be buying stocks. And then just as a trader, you can make notes on a calendar with a SPY chart for the year and say to yourself, I have to pay attention to where we are right now in the stock price, where it can trade up to, where it can trade down to with these known events that are going to take place throughout the course of a year. Volatility traders as well. are going to be looking for the major known volatility events in the course of a year, right? You mark down we've got an election cycle coming up. You mark down that we think we know where the rate hikes are coming. Even if they don't happen, we know that there'll be volatility into those events. And kind of start thinking about where we should be trading to and where we trade down in those events for the rest of the year. Yeah, you know, someone was making a... Yeah, so all I want you to do right now is, if you guys have a chance, I want you to go to the Spot Gamma YouTube channel. And the most recent video is a live stream from yesterday, I guess. It's about an hour and 50 minutes or something, or an hour and 15 minutes. Do not miss that video. It is critical to all of you and your viewpoints on where this market is heading for the rest of the year. Now, I'll get that chart for you showing the anticipated rate hike dates, or, you know, which months we're going to rate hike this year. And you just plot them out for yourself. You keep yourself a notebook, a ledger. You can just do a vertical bar, and you type in a little note on a SPY or an ES chart. You just post them for the rest of the year and say, and, anticipating a rate hike on the March OPEC or on the March FOMC. I'm expecting a November FOMC rate hike. And you can even just chart in there. You can, do your classic traditional charting for the year and know that we've got these known events coming. Yeah, I can zoom out on SPY, absolutely. Yeah, I don't even know if I recommend trading to people or even investing right now until you watch that video. I'll be honest with you. If there was a moment for you to take a break in this market, it's right now. It's right now. Take a break in this market. Turn off CNBC. Turn off Twitter. And seriously, watch that video. Get the information from those guys. And then start going down the rabbit hole and that stuff, right? You can pause and start that video 20 times probably. Pull down some of the charts they throw up there. And then go down the rabbit hole of that stuff. We didn't have that 410 down there before. Watching some heavy flow of the bears come in right now. SPY puts, Tesla puts. But I behoove you to watch that video. It's important to watch. Because that is one thing you need to know. You hear people espouse stuff on Twitter. And there's like two kinds, right? You get the ultra bear that just shows you the chart with SPY just crashing. Yeah, that's cute and fun or whatever. But then you get people on Twitter that there might be bond guys. Oftentimes there's like bond guys. You're not really understanding what they're saying. Oftentimes it's someone that's in the finance in the financial world that they're not traders, they're not investors. They just need to keep and maintain a Twitter presence or a social media presence anywhere. But a guy like Darius, he's geared towards the macro investor. The investor that's looking for a long-term viewpoint on the market. Looks like we've got a trap buyer situation from the consolidation the past 3 hours. DGen, 40 points down since you mentioned waiting for a pullback. So that's my point is, you guys want to watch that video before the end of before Saturday. I would take a watch on that video before you decide what you think you should do. And it's interesting because a lot of the talking points that Spot Gamma made is a lot of the same talking points that we've been talking about on this channel for the past couple of weeks. And in even Spot Gamma, they were talking about putting they has a one day and a 5 day forward looking dot plot that Spot Gamma puts out. And even the guy from Spot Gamma was like, look, he's like, I don't normally put the 1 month out because it can change so fast. The dot plot changes. He said he would consider putting one out, but he's right. Like, yeah, you like take the Spot Gamma stuff and it's awesome. But at the same time, you have to, on your own, be able to see the implication of what takes place in the course of a day. That can have massive implications on that stuff. And you can't blame Spot Gamma for that. You know, if Spot Gamma is giving you information and then you see $100 million in SPY puts coming down to 400, that kind of blows out anything Spot Gamma said. Well, it doesn't blow it out, but you have to apply that to what he's given you for information. You have to be able to complement all these tools together to find out what's really going to happen. And then even if someone's saying we're going to have a Vanna rally out there, I guess other people are saying we're going to get a Vanna rally. Spot Gamma is asking this guy, why are we not getting the Vanna rally? And there's a fair point to ask, because normally, under normal circumstances, we should have had one on OPEX. We should have had one on FOMC. We should have had one when we hit 420 3 times now. 3 times for 3 good reasons. And here's a 4th reason. Tesla had overall good. If this was any other time, right, Tesla would not have sold off. Any other time. Think about that. If Tesla had traded down into that earnings last year or the year before, it would have been a moonshot. Hands down. And Apple had great earnings. Apple had outstanding earnings. That Apple earnings call yesterday should have triggered a Vanna rally. I mean, there's been so many moments the past 2 weeks where we should trigger a Vanna rally. And so that video addressed a lot of that stuff. Seeing a nice bounce at 433, but that's interesting down here, right? 430. Yeah, I saw some Tesla put flow here just for today. It's literally, it's for today, January 28th, Tesla, 810p for $200,000. Some call flow in Tesla today, 850. January 28th, $90,000 on the call side. Just all day traders. This is all day traders and boiler rooms. That's what it is. IWM puts coming in right now, January 28th, 191p, $230,000. Some dip buyers still, though, down below here at this 432. But it looks like there was a little step in here. They might have moved higher to grab this dip right here. I don't think this might be the dip we're looking for. Might still be around 430 or so. You want to be looking where not only do they sell down in Q4, but you want to be looking for where they're trading, right? Are they trading high? Are they trading low? We had a pretty decent sell down, I thought, in Tesla. We traded down on Tesla, what, 300 points or something, right? You trade down the 25% into an ER. You shouldn't, on a good ER, be trading then down another 10, 20% in a bull market. Not in a bull market when we just tested a low at 420. You start to layer all this stuff in. Like you're layering it all in, right? So we just traded down. You got to remember, you can't take this stuff all on its own. Like, can't have Tesla trading down from 1250. Like, put the pieces together here, right? You got Tesla at 1250. Just traded down, right? We can go into their earnings release, and you see profit taking, right? Trades up for a little bit, and then boom, heavy profit taking. We are, though, in the market at a bottom, right? If you're a bull, your thesis should be, hey, we just traded down to freaking 420. So you start to see all these kick-ass earnings calls, right? We're seeing a kick-ass earnings call pretty much in Tesla. Seeing a wonderful earnings call on Apple, both are saying we expect growth this year. And you're telling me we're not going to catch a Vanna rally? We have all the news out on FOMC. We have OPEC's ended. So you start to add all these things up and you start to wonder, do you have to have a sell-off to 400 before you say, oh, you were right? Or do you really just start, you have to, as a trader, you have to put some stuff together. You have to take the facts. When last 2020 to 2021, when I'm saying, I'm buying this dip, and I had people say to me, are you crazy? That's all they had to offer. Are you crazy? But it wasn't all I had to offer. I had done my due diligence, why we should bounce and move higher. I had the facts as to why we should have that Vanna trade. And this is the same, just on the inverse. You start to add these things up and say to yourself, okay, so I'm looking for a Vanna trade, right? I'm looking for a Vanna trade. Is there anything out there that's going to lend, other than a short covering trade, is there anything that's going to lend itself to us getting a Vanna trade? I'm looking for huge call flow. I'm looking for AMC forward-looking, or markets being forward-looking with FOMC being out of the way. OPEX is out of the way. Looking for some big calls coming in. I'm looking for, all this good news, and we're not getting that trade. So if we're not getting that trade, it's not lending itself to us getting that trade. And that's a lot of what that video is about. Is Spot Cam is asking that question. We should get this, and we're not getting it. Why? And Darius is laying out why. Oh, they are holding it. I can promise you they're holding it. You can go right into the options chain, right? And the bears are it's not even bears. I don't think it's bears. I think it's bulls. I think the one mistake this time is that people are, like, literal bulls are hedging this market. Even if they're still long in stock. I mean, you see the dip buyers still showing up. But at the same time, right, bulls have never put on protection like they have. Bulls have only, at moments, they'll protect themselves at moments, but they haven't removed their protection right now in this market. Bulls have said, I might lose my investment, and it might come back still. So I'm going to stay in my investment, and I'm going to hedge. I'm not taking that hedge off until I know the coast is clear. And I don't care what it costs me. So they haven't cashed them in, and it's more than likely they're going to keep adding. And what's crazier is if we are like a magnet to all those puts out there, and we do begin to trade down to lower and lower levels, that they will eventually capitulate and go balls deep in even more puts. And that's where that actually introduces some kind of 30% correction by end of year. That takes some time to play out. But you should watch that video because they lay it out crystal clear. And Spock M wouldn't have done that video if it wasn't important to at least have some kind of an idea of what's going on in the engine of the market. Here, look at there. There's some support down here at 430. They came up right here, and now they're sitting here trying to take this trade higher. We'll find out. I'm looking for, before I take a long here, I'm looking to see if any big flow comes in from the bulls. I'm not seeing it yet. Yep, second order Greek. So we trade outside of standard deviations. It's when you get squeezed to each level and you get squeezed higher and higher on a short covering. It's when banks step in and know that they can squeeze people higher. They're not doing it right now today. And you're not seeing people close out their puts, which means that these put buyers are scared. They're taking on these puts on large positions. If I own $100 million in Tesla, so I'm going to buy, $100,000, $300,000. I own $1 billion in Tesla, so I'm going to take $100 million in puts on the SPY. I watched that video this weekend. Don't miss that video. And if you know any bulls or bears, if you know anybody out there that thinks we're getting the Vanna trade, they should watch that video. Right to the end. Watch the entire thing. Be patient with the video. Because they do take a minute to dumb it down for everybody to understand. Brent like takes moments to explain what's going on. There's a few things in there that get complicated, but they put up charts. You can screenshot it. You snip it, download it, and then blow it up on your screen. Look at what he's showing you for numbers, and then ask questions on Twitter. If you don't know what they're talking about, just put a post on Twitter and say, or in the Discord and say, what does he mean by this? And what does he mean by that? And it should make a great discussion for Twitter. Or, you should do is post that video in the Discord for everybody to watch. It's critical that people watch that video. It's going to be part of the foundation of what we discussed this weekend on Sunday. And if you guys know that information going into the Sunday discussion, it makes it easier for us all to be same page, at least to entertain it. Yeah, I closed my longs when we hit 420. I closed my longs into that day, into that Friday. I wound up closing my long. Oh, not Friday. Whatever. What was the 25th? Is that Monday or was that Friday? I forget. Yeah, it was Tuesday. Seems like it was 2 weeks ago. That's how long ago it felt like. But it didn't feel right. It didn't feel like a Vanna rally, and it wasn't. We know now that it wasn't a Vanna rally, right? Hindsight trading. Seems like pretty decent support here. Bulls are putting up some kind of a fight. I'm going to wait, though. Yeah, the bottom is far from resolved. I got very bearish past couple days. Again, very bearish. Yeah, currencies are good. Hey, Quinn. They just said more rate hikes. Yeah, we're getting more rate hikes. Well, I don't know. So there's two parts to this. Depending on how far off we trade this year, depending upon when the capitulation moments are, you could see no rates. But that would imply that we're in a recession. Because it's weird. You'll see, it's really bizarre. You'll see, how the Fed reacts can be too late. There's a lot of moving parts in that answer. Good to see you, Quinn. Quinn, and in that video, Quinn, the drawdown in Bitcoin is expected at 78%, 80% or so in that video. Even more than equities. I think it's 70 or 80% is the expected drawdown in Bitcoin in that video. Hold on, what were you asking? I missed you, Omar. Is that new support on I don't know yet. I'm still waiting for options flow to back it up before I take a long here. I want to see some confirmation. There's a new buyers down below at 432.07. That's another point lower. We'll get closer for you. Right in here. It's like a magnet. 432.08. Yeah, it has to do with it. What it has to do with is they're correlating it with the equities drawdown over the year, and it has nothing to do with all the other shit that's talked about negatively about Bitcoin or crypto. It's just macro market dynamics. Give us 412 today. Yeah, he's got it at 80. I think it's 80%. I'm gonna look for a buy-in at 432.08 if we can get it down there. We'll see if the buyers step in down there. Yeah, so watch the video. Like I implore you to watch the most recent video by Spot Gamma. And I would implore, if any of you guys know Derek Kotnoy out there, maybe send that video his way so he can see it. I like that guy a lot. I respect everything that he does. Make sure he gets a link to that video as well, because it's a nice little reaction there. Nice reaction. So you see this right here? Someone was able to get at 432.25. Someone was able to make a buy right here. 432.30 they got. How fast that is. Yeah, it's good homework. Same for me, Eric. That's what I did. Dude, Eric, I used to own Bitcoin, like whole coins, for dollars. And I've lost some coins. Yeah, Derek's a great bear. If you guys see him out there, make sure he gets a link to that video and tell him to watch it. It's an important video to watch. Because I'm telling you, I don't know how many subscribers Spot Gamma has, but I know that a ton of Spot Gamma has been waiting for that Vanna rally for the past couple weeks. It's just been stacking up why we should get one. So I think initially, as a bull, you're saying, well, we've had all these events and we've had all these reasons to have a Vanna rally. We haven't had one yet. Why haven't we had one? And you can't call. I'm sorry, you can't call the bounce off 420 a Vanna rally. That's not a Vanna rally. We've been making those moves the whole past week. Shit, some days this week we've been making them double, up and down. Short covering. That's what this is right here. Now the question becomes, might get one more bounce in here. Price target above is 436.96. Could be a rejection though at 435.28. Make notes at 420 or 435.28. Make another note at 437 flat or 436.89. Next target above is 440. Your VWAP is 435.38. I didn't know that they had an open day for their content. Was it just yesterday? I wish I had caught that yesterday. I think they were talking about it yesterday. I want to see Tesla go up. I agree with you on that. Nice support there in 432. That's a nice trade higher. Yeah, so VWAP can be, you can adjust your VWAP and deviations, and then you can also adjust just the numbers, the raw base numbers. So yours are probably just different than this one. It's on YouTube, Hedge Eye. What's it called? Hedge Eye? I'll look that up. Yeah, it would have been good to have seen that content yesterday. I wish I was able to see it. Oh yeah, I like the macro show. I've seen the macro show before. You guys are supposed to get rocked, aren't you? With snow? It's like, talk about a time to go skiing. If you could get some snow like dumping up in Maine, like Sugarloaf, Sunday River, or Burke Mountain, Jay's Peak up in Vermont. Like Jay Peak and Burke Mountain, probably my favorite places to ski. I like to ski in Tuckermans too. I've skied everywhere. Well, not everywhere, but I've skied almost the entire country. Not everywhere, but for most skiers, haven't skied everywhere. I've skied almost everywhere. I think I've skied every single mountain in the Northeast, including a few in Canada. I don't think there's a single mountain I haven't skied in New England. It's kind of wild. And I've skied everything in the West. Well, not the West. I've skied everything in Colorado. Skied everything in Utah. Major resorts in California. Some of the stuff in Montana, Wyoming. Done some backcountry in Wyoming. Idaho. Nothing in Washington. Nice. You're getting hammered by snow. Hell yeah, Vermont represent. I have not skied the European Alps, but I have friends from Europe. Like I've got some, I used to I was a lifty for a little while. I was a ski bum, skied Whistler. Revelstoke is my favorite, to be honest with you. Revelstoke is my jam. I wish if I get over there to ski, because I got some friends. I used to be like, not a ski bum, but kind of a ski bum. I spent a lot of time living in ski towns. Yeah, baby. Nope, never skied China Peak. I've skied wherever I skied in California. I skied the place, was it Big Bear, which is outside of LA? Skied Mammoth, of course. And I've skied all of the Tahoe shit up north. Is there 24 to 38 inches in Cape Cod right now? You used to compete in skiing? I did too. I was a skier. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, like moguls, get out of here. Can't do it anymore. Yeah, Revelstoke's got some of the best snow, man. Without a doubt. But dude, I'll tell you what though. Yeah, I can't ski. Like I can't ski. Like so now when I go skiing, like I just went ski. My youngest daughter, the one that you saw in film or in video earlier, she skis hard. But we'll ski like backcountry stuff, off piste kind of stuff. But we don't ski moguls together. I can't do that shit anymore. I got like those Bodie Miller knees now. And then yeah, I like Mammoth. One of my favorite places to ski though. Like, dude, so if you guys ever go up to New England, probably the two best places to ski, hands down, Jay Peak and Burke. Like Jay Peak, when on good snow years, they'll get more snow than anything in Colorado. They got these for what it is, it's the best skiing to me in the Northeast. And everybody will say like Sugarloaf's the best, but nobody goes to Burke, nobody goes to Jay Peak. Jay Peak's got a bunch of Canadians, so you ski with these crazy ass Canadians, and they got no fear. I didn't know, Doug, that Meet Kevin just made a video. Spied at $269. I disagree with that price. Thanks, Junie Bop. I'll put the Discord link up right now on the chat. Dude, Banff. Woof. Woof. Hold on here. So I'm gonna post the link to the the Discord. Once again, I have to put it back in the description. I just haven't done it yet. Uh-oh. You can always tell there's skiers because they know about the Euro model and the American model. You can always tell sailors. You can always tell anybody and you can always tell who's an outdoorsman because they know to watch. Like I watch NOAA. I'm always getting my weather from like NOAA. Then I get my ski reports from. I got all these crazy websites I get my stuff from. You always tell someone that's a skier or a sailor because they know where to get their reports from. My sailboat's got a bunch of different shit on it too. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. The Euro model. You guys are hilarious. You make me smile. All right, here's a link to the Discord. But yeah, I didn't know that Meet Kevin put that video out. I will have to check it out tonight. I want you guys, I'm going to be honest with you. Don't pay attention to Meet Kevin. But I'll be honest, do not pay attention to Meet Kevin. But definitely watch that Spot Gamma video. All right? Like make sure that you watch that Spot Gamma video. I'm going to warn you. Yeah, my RK calls have recovered. Now I've lost more value again. I'm going to need to pull the plug at some point on them. How much am I down on those calls? I'm down. Oof. So earlier today I was down 50%. Now I'm down like 60, 70%. And I have no expectations for those calls to print. So I have to pull the plug at some point. And we're going into the weekend. So hopefully I can get out before end of the day today, so I don't lose the theta over the weekend. Hopefully the bulls step up and try to take this rally into the bell. Yeah, I'll put in indicators. I'm going to come into Discord today, and you guys tell me what you want me to create, and I will give the ability to a mod to add channels so that you guys can structure it how you want it. I'll put the indicators channel up. I'll put up just a scripts channel, and I'm gonna try to make a flow. I'm gonna make a flow channel for you guys. But at some point, what I'll do is I'll pipe a live free feed in there if you want, with like a live flow algo or something. So if some of you guys aren't paying for flow algo, you'll have at it. Be careful up here on the SPY. Not that you can't keep taking this trade. Right where we are, we're at a rejection point right now. And there's another one hiding above with some sellers. I like 436, say a 79. Just be careful. Be careful right where we are. Be careful at 436, 79 up in here. That doesn't mean we don't push up to 440. Just be careful because they'll sneak in. You can see right here too. Where was that? You see that right there? There was some more sellers coming in. Right in here. You see these sellers up here? 430. Wait a minute. Right here. 439.66. 436.90. And there's some right where we are right now. There's some sellers hiding. Just be careful of that. Watching some Tesla calls come in, SPY calls come in. Not much, just light retail stuff. Push higher. Yeah, what's going on? Kevin needs this market to fall further over the next month so he can get back in without triggering a wash sale. Yeah, that's a fair point, right? That makes sense. Why wouldn't I fight theta with a call sold against your position? Because I took puts. They printed. I've already made the money back on the ARC calls. Yeah, where we roam. Good point, brother. Yeah, we're not getting a 47% decline. Well, I shouldn't say that. So there are some moments. There are some things. It's a very, very small tail risk that we declined 47%. There are some triggers for that to happen, but it's very, very minute. Very, very, very minute. You'd want there's a few moments that could trigger it, and there's a market moment that could trigger it, but God, that would be like 2 years from now, 3 years from now, maybe. That would be a moment that would take. Let's say we decline 30% this year, and next year you actually saw people get into trouble, like those middle income people and those upper middle income people. If they get into trouble, there could be that moment where we trade down to 47%, but you're talking way down the road, or at least projected way down the road. So yeah, it's possible, but if he thinks we're trading down to 269 right now, he can eat a bag of dicks. I haven't watched the video, so I don't know his context. I trust Darius over me, Kevin. Sorry. There are many stocks below that. Typically war is good for markets. There can be an initial like shock crash to the market. I don't know if it's really a crash, but just a rip down But that's going way out of bounds. Like thinking that we're going to go to a conventional war with China and Russia is not probable at this point. It's not probable. There could be a conflict that indirectly we're involved in with China and Russia, but to think that we go to full-scale conventional war with China and Russia is not probable. On the background of Russia, I'll be honest with you about Russia, but this is the truth. Russia has a lot of funding problems with its military for an all-out, full-scale conventional war. Russia's poor. Their economy is getting hit right now, currently, right now, before sanctions have even taken place. China has a problem with their military. There's some grander scale things to this argument because China doesn't rule the sea. They don't rule the oceans of the world, and they don't rule the sky as well. So if you're talking like full-scale conventional war, they're not quite there yet. They will be at some point, but they're not there yet right now. That's a much bigger conversation, and Russia doesn't have that. As a matter of fact, Ukraine's forces are larger than you think. That's why there's I guess there's another 100,000 troops going to the border with Russia. They have 100,000 there now. Another 100,000 showing up. And that's because Ukraine has like 200,000 troops. And then you're talking about prior service people. Ukraine's very much like the United States in some respects. They're kind of they mimic the United States often. They have a lot of prior service military. They have a lot of retired military people. They have a lot of militias. They're now being supplied with troops from the U.S., from UK. Conventional war has changed a lot. So if you have like a country like, let's say, Russia versus insurgents armed with missiles, shoulder-fired missiles, man pads, and stuff like that, that's one thing. But if you have them fighting a conventional war against another conventional war country that has those same man pads, that kind of warfare is almost extinct. It's why we're building new destroyers. We're not bothering. We built a bunch of experimental destroyers for our Navy, and we are reverting back to old style destroyers because our tech has gotten us to a point where we can fire rockets air to ship over horizons 500 miles away and knock a ship out in the middle of the ocean. So that's really weird. If you put like two conventional forces against each other, like the tank battle is never going to happen. A tank battle will never happen. Conventional warfare amongst conventional warfare countries will never happen as you think it would happen anymore. A lot of the old school fighting, even if it's conventional, no nukes, just conventional fighting between two conventional countries with real militaries, the battle will be over before it even begins. Like if we're fighting Iraq or some shit, that's different. But if we were fighting like a Russia or even China, it would be over before it even began. And Russia knows this. They're poor. Their military is poor, and China just doesn't have the. China doesn't have the. They've got cheapness to their military. Yeah, I'm not saying there won't be skirmishes or fighting, but I don't think that it turns into what we think it could turn into. Like all-out war across Europe, more than likely not going to happen. Tanks and Kiev, they'll regret giving up their nukes 20 years. You know, there are threats right now. I saw some threats online of insurgents from Ukraine threatening to go in and destroy the power grid of Russia. It could get real violent real fast. I think it's weird. You like try to look at maybe like Iraq. Iraq had like the fourth largest army in the world when we invaded. Did you know that? I don't know if you knew that. Like Iraq had, I think, the fourth largest military in the world. And we rolled right over them. I don't think people understand the scale, the might of the U.S. military. You know, I think that if you're a soldier, if you've ever served in the military, you probably know. Some of you probably know. But it's really weird. It's bizarre, like what we think, civilians, what they think of the U.S. military and the reality of our military versus any other conventional force. You know, we dominate. We run the world, whether you know it or not. We can take losses and stuff in insurgencies and things like that, but in an all-out combat or all-out conventional war, I would not want to step up against the United States. We have our own problems and stuff, but we spend trillions on military readiness versus other nations. Yeah, Iraq had the fourth largest military in the world. Might have been the third largest military. I think it's like the U.S., then it's Russia. I don't know who number 3 was. That could have been China. And I think Iraq was number 4. And they were venerated before Iraq, right? Before Iraq started, they were venerated. They had Russian tanks. They have, standing army, and they were battle hardened. You have to remember too, like they fought Iran, and it was a brutal fight. I mean, those guys are at war for a long time. So even when a military is venerated, you have to understand the scale of that veneration versus us. For every one of that someone else has, we have like 20. Yeah. No, wars don't make sense. Yeah, India's up there. So they were the 5th largest in the world. And was there any kind of a fight in Iraq? If you guys remember. You remember what happened, right? It was like a 3-day war. It was literally like a 3-day war. It was over before it began. Yeah, it was once like the 4th largest at one time. It wasn't even a fight. I mean, the road out of Kuwait, they don't show a lot of pictures of what happened when Iraq evacuated Kuwait. It was ugly. Almost, you'd call it a war crime, but they just finished committing war crimes themselves, right? Just kind of scale of conventional war. The United States is against another country that's using conventional means. Like if you've got an aggressor, if you had Russia invade Ukraine or Iraq when they invaded Kuwait, or if China was to invade Taiwan, and they say things like, Taiwan couldn't put up a fight or something, but I'm telling you, like, you don't want to mess with the U.S. Oh, not even that. Forget about even like the mess with the U.S. You have to understand that a tank war wouldn't take place because if you control the skies and you control the oceans and you try a tank battle, right? You wouldn't even get to that point before the U.S. tanks would roll in. You'd just be carpet bombed to fucking hell. You'd be dead before you even got there as a tank, and that's what we did. We went into Iraq and we knocked out literally all their air force. We knocked all their communications down, and that was it. You can bring 500 tanks. You're going down. The Navy is the big one. The propaganda minister with the gold-plated AK-47. I was too young for Kuwait. I was just old enough for Serbia and Bosnia. So I was a young buck then. So I originally joined the Army for 4 years to pay for college. So I was under a UN flag for a brief moment there. And then you guys want to hear something crazy? So I got out of the Army and I was bored and I was in college and I had free time and I needed to make some money. So I was like, you know what I'll do? I was like, I'll re-sign up for the Army for the reserves. I was like, well, no, actually, that's not how it took place. So let me start from the beginning. So I was out of the Army. You guys will like this story, especially if any of you are prior military, prior service. You guys will like this story. This is a true story. This is a crazy true story. So I want to rejoin the military, and they weren't taking. This is just before 9/11. It was 1 or 2 years. I think it was like the year 2000. And I wanted to get back in the military, and they told me no. They weren't taking prior service. So I went back to my original recruiter and told him, and he told me there's no way he could get me in. And I was like, this is complete bullshit. He said, there's one way I can get you in. And I said, how? He said, but you wouldn't want to do it. He goes, you'd have to go through basic training again, OSIT training. And he's like, I'll get you in. He goes, we'll lose your paperwork. And when you're done with your basic training, you go down to like S11 and tell them then, hey, I'm prior service. You must have lost my records. And once you're through, they won't kick you out. So I re-signed up, had to go through MEPS again. As a matter of fact, I failed my vision test. So my second time in, I couldn't go into combat arms. I tried to go into the Army National Guard, but I wasn't eligible because I had been colorblind. So I had to go back, and my recruiter got me in as a driver. I reclassed as a driver. And I went to basic training for a second time. And I was asked when I was there, I got pulled out. We're in like some hold under or some shit like that. And I got some sergeants came out or whatever and started asking, no, not drill sergeants. I forget what they're called. There's like different drill sergeants that are in your receiving or whatever. And they're asking me a bunch of questions like, hey, Martel, are you prior service? You look like you're prior service. You sure you're not prior service? All kinds of shit. Because you kind of look like you're prior service, kind of know what you're doing. And I'm trying to hide it and all that, right? So I get in, I do my thing, and go through training a second time, quiet about the whole entire thing. High speed, no drag soldier, PG, all that stuff, right? Kicking ass, taking names. It's like my last week or two before I graduate, and I go to my drill sergeants and I'm like, hey, drill sergeant, I'm like, I got to go down to S11 and get my records, my prior service records, so that my record is correct for graduation. So I want to wear all my prior service rank and all that other shit, and I'm fucking whatever. Those guys found out that I was prior service, and they smoked my ass for a whole entire day. I got smoked up and smoked down, run down to the telephones across the quad, back up. I had my polypros tucked underneath my uniform, underneath my BDUs, trying to hide them so I could stay warm. And they smoked me bad. Smoked me at graduation in front of everybody. But they graduated me, kept me in the Army, kept my job, and I was able to stay in the reserves, right? So now I'm in the reserves, and I think I went to Korea for I was out of college for the summer, and I did I forget what it's called now. It's like it's like 30-day duty. Like you're like active duty, AGR it's called, active guard reserve. So I went over to Korea on some TDY stuff for the summer, came back home. I'm sitting out, I'm in school, and I was stationed. I was a driver for a battalion command or something at an airport in New England. And 9/11 happened. And I normally never get a call that early in the morning, but I woke up to it on the radio, whatever. I got a phone call. And told me to get down to the base, right? And the base is right outside of the airport. So I get down there, and they had me with a loaded weapon. They sent me to New York City. Well, first, when I first got down there, we blocked off the airport. We had loaded weapons and comms up and everything. Never did that in the U.S. ever. Never ever held a loaded weapon in CONUS. So we did that, shut everything down. First time in my life someone's ever held a door for me. Prior to that, you've never seen anybody, all that like Walmart Warrior, like all that Walmart Warrior, like freedom stuff and thank a veteran. That shit was never going on prior to that. But that day and that weekend that changed. And then it was really bizarre. And went to New York City when the initial strikes happened. It's something I'll never want to experience or talk about. It was really weird too because I went later. I wound up being transferred to Denver, and then I was transferred to U.S. Army Command as a driver for a 2-star, and it was weird. Like 9/11 happened out in the West, but not like it happened in the East. It was a different experience if you're from New York. The pure devastation that took place. It was funny, though, too, because, of course, from that point forward, being prior service, no one had a problem with it. Then, of course, I got orders for 101st Airborne to be a driver for 101st Airborne in Iraq. And then after that, I'd finished up 6 years, went into, got my orders for Iraq. It was crazy. Probably I was done my 6 years. I went to the inactive ready reserve, and that's when they stop lossed me, and they gave me orders for 365 days in Iraq with 101st Airborne. And then, of course, when they're done with you, they didn't want to retain me after that. So that's all true. And of course, I didn't want to stay back in anymore either. You've like fooled me once, fooled me twice. I don't know if any of you guys are prior service out there, but you guys know about that whole thing, right? Like you can't even get me to go into the VA. I don't go to the VFW. I've never let it take over my life. Like I know a lot of you guys know about this stuff. So it's like it was part of my life, but I didn't want it to be my life. A lot of my friends, it's their life. It's never not stopped being their life. So someone was saying war sucks. It does suck. And a lot of guys, a lot of women, they never come back from war. Even when they come back home here to the U.S., it's consumed their lives. That's all they are, right? They identify with that. And I can't. For me personally, I'm that soldier that's like, I didn't want it to consume my life. Because it can easily consume your life. I'm more of the soldier where you pound it down and bury it somewhere, right? I did go to counseling eventually, so that I can move on with my life. But like the Army teaches you that you just pound it down as deep down as you possibly can, and you move on with life. Isn't that crazy? I'm wearing a camouflage shirt. No. So don't talk about it often. Try not to talk about it too often, because I've seen it. It ends horribly for some soldiers or veterans. It ends horribly for guys that's all they've ever been. Like a lot of guys, that's all they've ever known, and then the military kicks them out. They have nowhere else to go, whatever. Yeah. Yep. Suck it up. Drive on, soldier. Drive on. What makes green grass grow? Bright red blood makes the green grass grow. Kind of puttering out here, right? A little bit more sellers stepping in right here. Be careful around this area here. 437, a little bit of sellers looking for some weakness here. Careful of that. That was a floating head. Put that shirt on. Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. I come from the. I want to be clear about something. That I served my country not for political reasons. I come from a family that serves from an idealist. There's like different people that serve the military. That's another thing to note. Like you've got some psychos that join the military. You got people that get out of. They have no other choice, right? I didn't know that until I joined the military. Some people come from real. It's really the only way for them to get out of living a horrible life. So I respect the military for that, 100%. I come from a family that served our nation. My wife's family serves their nation. My father still serves. My brother serves our nation. But we're not political. We're very apolitical. It's more from the ideals of what we can possibly be a better nation, protect those ideals, even if we suck at them sometimes. And generationally, we've done this. So I felt like I owed. My father was a Vietnam veteran, and it didn't kick in for me until I became 17, 18 years old. I realized that I had to do what my dad did, right? I was that soldier. Your dad did it. Both your parents are veterans, both officers. My dad had a top intelligence clearance, kind of, right on. I read that, Emerson. Yeah, I do friendly wagers with Army Navy guys. Hell yeah. I'm always talking shit. Yeah, I love my service to my nation. I love my service to humans. Like I love my service, to freedom. And that we'll do the right thing, that we are going to be the leader of the free world, even when we make mistakes. That kind of stuff. Yeah, thank you for all your service out there. If you're a veteran, thank you for your service. Yeah, I didn't want to be an officer. It's kind of funny. I had a lot of friends become officers. Here we go. You guys ready to go up to 440? So I didn't want to become an officer because you lose your command authority. And they end up making you a pencil pusher. Especially if you're too good at your job. If you're too good at your job in the military, they'll take your command away from you, which really sucks. So I'll be honest with you, if you ever want to join the military, right, if you're a high-speed, no-drag kind of guy, it's always better to 437-64. It's always better to be an NCO. Always better to be an NCO because you can blow shit up, tell people what to do. Right? You can lead people. Like there's nothing. You ask a lieutenant what they miss the most. It's a first lieutenant what they miss the most. It's leading troops. There's nothing like leading troops. Best feeling in the world. Like there's nothing like it. Protecting your soldiers, taking care of your soldiers, making sure that they're safe. There's nothing quite like leading people in the military, especially like a cohesive unit. Nothing like it. Like you make bonds with these guys, and those bonds are there forever and ever and ever and ever, right? You follow them anywhere. There's nothing like it, and so that's one part about the military that kind of sucks is if you're an officer, especially if you're any good, you're usually gone. You lose your command authority. Warrant officer is best. If there was one, if you could get the vaunted warrant officer, that's badass too. Warrant officers are badass. But you want to keep command authority. The command authority rules like, oh yeah, you guys want to know when to short? I don't think we're there yet. I think we ride up to 440. I think we do this short covering job right into close. And I'll be looking to take a short at the close. I have pretty good faith in 440p expiring on February 18th of printing. I bet between now and next OPEX that I'll print a 440p. I'll bet. Is next OPEX the 18th or the 25th? I'm going to check that one out and see. I gotta double check, make sure I don't get whacked. Yeah, look at that. OPEX is February 18th. You're telling me I'm not going to print 440p between now and OPEX? Get out of here. Yeah, look up CVX. Well, what you do, right, is you just inverse the whole bull thesis, right? If we're trading up here, what you do is you become slightly bearish, right? You grab yourself some in-the-money put spreads. You expire them out in, the next OPEX. That's February 18th. You already know that the bears are in for like millions of dollars down to 408. So you got that working for you. Then you ask yourself, how high do we trade between now and February 18th? Let's say you're uber bullish and you're like, we're trading to 450 cap. Okay. So we trade up to 450. That's reasonable. Trade up to 450. But next OPEX, do you think we trade to 460? Or do you think we trade back down to 440? Never seen any aliens. But I have seen a lot of weird stuff in the military. I was a driver, remember? So I started driving for generals and stuff. So you see what those guys see? That shit's wild. There's 450 up there. Here's sellers at 440 or 439.61. Got a tag below on a little bit of support down here at 430, just waiting to buy the dip. See if we can get a clearer view. See if we can get 440 in a day. Never seen the aliens. Nice little pump into the close here. Got some V calls. Verizon, June 17th, 230C, $700,000. A lot of bulls still taking bets out there. Haven't exhausted the bulls yet. No capitulation by the bulls. Looking for that squeeze higher to 440. I'm still holding 390Ps that I bought at 420 on Monday. I'm going to sell them now and buy calls. Good job with that, Josh. Way to go. No, not much. Everything today has been focused on just day trading. Like, you want to talk about like notable stuff? We're neutral in the market right now. So your flow sentiment is neutral. Put to call ratio is 0.896. Put flow is 500,000 puts. Call flow is 569. Okay, it's pretty much even Steven across the board. We know that we've had some squeezing today. Not squeezing, but short covering today. To be expected. Bears want better positioning. You want to see the VIX come down. If you're bearish, you want to see the VIX come down. You don't want to see the VIX up at freaking 35, right? You want to see the VIX drop. Could we get some more green into next week? It's possible. You know, we've got a nice support though here at 27.59 on the VIX. The VIX could fall. We could have a rally into next week. I'm not anti a rally into next week. My only concern is that, you know, you could have the VIX drop off for the next week and yet the market trades sideways for a week. I want you to take a point in fact, right? We were at 39 on the VIX. We're now down at 28 and we're right at 440. So the VIX is falling and the market hasn't gone anywhere. So even if we made another 10 points up, we still have an elevated VIX right now. And why are we elevated? We should have a VIX that's just crashing at this point, right? So I don't know what to say to you. For myself, I don't care where we trade to. I'm looking to short. I'm looking to take put call spreads right now. If we trade up into the 450, I'll look for weekly puts. If we trade higher, I'll look for put FTs at that point. $420 Blaze puts for Monday are 30 cents. Yeah, and that's another thing. If once you start seeing puts come down in price, right? People get greedy again. We could trade up on Monday. I'm not anti us trading up Monday. I think we're going to trade down. You got a lot of money still out there hedging this market. So even if we don't trade down, they're still there. They're just waiting for the moment when we trade back down and retest. And we haven't seen any farther out call structure. I haven't seen a bunch of SPY calls for February. Maybe we see them after the bell today. Oh, look at this one right here. Ready? Oh, this actually looks good. So I missed this one. There was SPY 370p for December 2024. SPY December 20th, 2024, 370p for $10 million. SPY 370p, $10 million for 12/20/24. Yes, you heard it here first. They're not fucking around, I promise. $10 million. $10 million. The contracts cost $36 a contract. They ain't fucking around, I promise. They ain't fucking around. In the background, behind closed doors, that you and I are not watching, they are not fucking around. So they remind me of a you can buy VIX leaps, and it's for a market crash. You buy them. You can buy leaps on VIX that are 2-3 years out, and basically they don't lose any value unless there's a market crash. So basically, someone just put a $10 million bet that will probably hold its value quite well. with an implied move down to 360 before end of this year or lower. Probably 320. I think my number is 326. That's the number that I've got. 326 by end of year. So that would make sense, right? 20 points in the money. And then you got 260 or 360s. We trade down to 326. You have a year to do it. If the market just trades sideways and down over the course of the year, they'll just keep printing and holding value. And then you unload them at you don't hold them until 2024. You get rid of them at the end of 2023. 2023. You take them so long out because they hold their intrinsic value for longer, and they relatively don't lose that much value. And if the market were to trade sideways and down, they would hold their value long enough to cover risk on a long position in the market. It's like a market. It's basically a market crash or market decline trade. And they would probably roll them out. You could probably roll them out every 3 months. And it doesn't matter because what happens, right? Until the risk subsides, if the stock market goes up and your big position in the stock market keeps going up, it'll pay for that bet. Then you can unload them at some point if risk leaves the market. Okay, so what I want you to do is if you guys are just tuning in right now, I want you to take a moment. Just floating around out here, CVX. If you guys haven't heard already, I want you guys, before the weekend's out, I want you to go to the Spot Gamma YouTube channel, SPOTGAMMA. I want you to go to the newest video that they released, and I want you to watch the latest video before Sunday. And watch the entire thing from start to finish. Take your time with it. If there's anything you don't understand, just keep listening because Brent tries to explain in basic terms what Darius is trying to say. And it gives a macro perspective to why certain things haven't been happening in the market. Why we haven't had a Vanna rally. And just so you can have a macro view of what to expect this year. You can mark down on a calendar what I think this part's not from that video. I've got some calendar dates for you guys when the expected. I'll get that stuff posted, but there's a calendar date, what's expected, or when rate hikes are expected. So you guys can have dates that you can look for us trading up and then trading down, where the capitulation moves are in the market. Why the bulls keep buying dips, but it's a specific kind of bull buying dips and not the market buying dips. Why there's no liquidity. Why we're not getting prints off of 100-point moves in a day, right? We're moving up from what, 426 this morning to 438. You guys should be rich under normal circumstances right now. We should have printed like 5,000%, 8,000% in these moves, but there's no liquidity in the market right now. So it's the wrong people making the stock price go up and down right now. Lots of short covering, but not a lot of bid in the market. You could almost call it fake. So we're at 438.38. Still looking for that tag above. Here we go. Here's some, maybe is a firmed up 440.36. Next price target. Yeah, I think it's the index macro case study. And so when we had a moment last June, I think, where I bought VIX futures. I ended up buying I bought a bunch of stuff that was 2 years out for a market crash scenario. It's really weird too. You'll notice how JPM hedges the market isn't the best way to hedge the market, but they're just so used to it. That's what they do. It's cost of them doing business. They don't care. You'll hear arguments against trades like what you just saw with SPY, but there are better trades to make. So there's the banks do these things. Typically, they're just simpler. They're meant to protect against market crash. And you can roll them every quarter. Or at moments where there's, fair in the market. Have some resistance above here. 438.90. More right where we are at 438.41. So hope you guys are able to make some money today. Hope you guys had a great week. My internet's back on. Please like and subscribe these videos. Please tell your friends about it. Please let everybody know that got banned, that they're unbanned from anyone that got timed out or banned in the Discord. I apologize. That was my mistake. I was asking mods to put a ban hammer down, and I wasn't clear enough as to my intent. So please tell them if you see them out and about to please accept my apology. We'll clarify as we go along. We're going to make mistakes as we go along. So please like and subscribe to the videos. I did post links to the Discord down below or in the chat at some point earlier. If any of you don't have an invite, I'm assuming that someone can. Well, I'll post one more right now. Hold on here. If you want to get into the Discord, we just had we had some brigading going on the YouTube channel earlier in the week, and some poor sentiment, and so we didn't want that to carry over into the YouTube channel down in the Discord. And I think people were just unsure as to what was going on, and I'm not clear. I wasn't clear as well in what can and can't be posted, that kind of stuff. And I'm not looking to. I'm not out here to make someone number one and someone number zero or any of that kind of stuff. So just want to clarify with that out there. We're going to keep it positive, right? And we're all going to work together to try to help each other make money. I'm here trying to help you guys make money every day. I want to thank some people out there real quick. I want to say Yugal or Jugal, thank you for subscribing. PD is subscribed. Thank you. Hamachi, thank you for subscribing. Terry, thank you very much for your tip. John, thank you for subscribing. And I've got a bunch of others. I've got, oh, wait a minute. That was my book map payment I had to pay. Hold on. Jack Jones, thank you very much. Steve Collins. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, I won't use last names. Oopsie. Jack J, thanks for your tip. Steve C, thank you for your tip. Rico P, thank you very much. Chris S, thank you very much. Dashantar's Store, thank you very much. Jessica G, Abdullah H, 1L Media, Paul H, Weverse Company, Gabriel R, Jill N, Stephen H, Takashi I, Zachary R, Jamie H, Matthew A, Henry A, and Jason F. Thank you very much. So this goes back to January 23rd. So this goes back, I believe, since last weekend. I want to thank all of you for your support out there. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you for taking the time to go into the Discord and help other traders, helping each other out. Thank you for the follows on Twitter. Please like and subscribe. It does take me a lot of time energy and cost me a lot of money to produce this content for you. So if you could please, if you're a new trader, please just like and subscribe. If you're learning not to blow up your accounts, or if you're making any money, or if this is helping you to trade better, me being here with you all day long, please consider supporting by donating. There's a donate button down below in the discussion, or excuse me, in the description of the YouTube video. And I also have a donate button on the @CaptainsAlpha Twitter handle. It's pinned to the top of my profile. You just click on my profile, and then you'll see it right at the top. If you want to give a direct tip, any tips do help. They keep me motivated to continue to make you guys content out there as well. So I do greatly appreciate the support. And we'll keep talking here. I'm going to hook up with you guys in the Discord today. We're going to try to get some more mods in there. Try to make sure that you guys can get what you need done. So if you want to create certain channels, if you want to create, I'm going to try to work on a channel as well. See if I can get Flow Algo to live stream in there for you guys. And we're going to end up buttoning up this group at some point, so that we're not dragging people in off the street and that kind of stuff. And we'll start live if I can. I have to run a live stream test in Discord. I have to pay for it or something. Like I have to pay for like the 1080p or something, and then I'm going to run a test stream in there and time it on a monitor and see if the delay is more than it is on YouTube. If there's too much delay in Discord, what I'll do is I'll just every morning post a private stream link in the Discord, so that you guys can go to the Discord every morning. You meet up, you'll have a link, and it'll just be a private stream for you guys direct on YouTube. So it won't, and not anybody can just access it off the street. The sub will become semi-private at some point. It's not that I'm going to charge ever for that semi-private, but I want you guys to have a place that you feel comfortable, and I want people to kind of get here slowly over time, rather than just having everybody off the street getting in here or whatever. We don't want to have like getting trolled, that kind of stuff over time. We want it to be a positive place. We want people to be, we're here to make money. Remember, at the end of the day, right, we're not trying to take each other's money. We're trying to take the bank's money. That is the truth. And oftentimes you'll see bulls and bears fighting with each other. You'll see me, even I've got a shit posting handle on Twitter, and I'll make fun of bulls and bears. And but the reality is, in the background, when it comes to making money, it is important for us to be making money. It is important for us to team up against the banks. They do that against us. They make us the bag holders on the way up and the way down. We are trading higher now. We're at 438.78. We're looking to get up there, right? I want to see us get up there and tag that 440 into the bell. Kind of promised you guys that into the end of the close here. We're at 439.10, just striking a pin above. Can we make 440 at the end of the day? I'm not sure. Be careful as we head into this last 15 minutes. You know how they like to do it sometimes. I say take your money and run. Sometimes the banks, the last few minutes, will take your money. So there's no problem, or there's no shame in taking profit off the table if you've traded this next run up here, even if you missed that last dollar or two into the close. But that's just me, right? And you guys want to leave a little bit on into the close for 440? I understand. And no, you shouldn't be buying calls for Monday right here. You should have been buying calls for Monday at the bottom at 9:30, or once again earlier at 2:31. Also remember, if you are a bull, right, look at the structure right now. Even if we are bullish on Monday, we remember how we always like to come back and retest on the next trading day. We'll retest 432 and run higher. Think about the 2 days that we have off and your theta burn. I will look real quick on the let me close. Matter of fact, I'm gonna close the call out right now. Give me just a second here. Close me a call out. What's going on with this limit price? Just a second here. I gotta close my own stuff out here. All right, so I am out of all my longs. So, sorry, I'm just trying to take a look at this chart here and see what's going on. What I will do is into the close, I'm going to stick around until 4:15. If I see any large sweeps coming in, we'll pay attention to them, because if there's an opportunity to go long into Monday, there's a fair chance that at the bell the options will lose a little bit of value. So if I can close my longs out here, if I can end up taking a long at the 4:15, like 4:10, 4:15, take a long on the SPY. If I see anything crazy out there, there is some, I see NVIDIA. What is this? NVIDIA, January 20th, 225. Oh, wait a minute. I've got this wrong here. Yeah. NVIDIA, January 20th, 225C. It's for $1.3 million. Someone seems confident in that. XLV, February 4th, 130P, $480,000. This is a nice call to see right here. It's only into today, though, right? It's a SPY, January 28th, 435C for $2.9 million. Two of them, right? A block and a sweep, and they expire today. 435C expiring today for $5 million. Into the bell right here. They want to make sure that they close in the money on their calls. Someone wants to close it out strong here. More, January 28th, 436C for $351,000. Looking at some puts coming in, February 18th, XLB, 80P, $120,000. XBI, February 4th, 88P, $237. You got some bears loading up right here. You got some bulls hoping that we close strong into the bell here. You have $5 million ensuring that we close nice and strong into this bell. We could have a ripper for the next 5 minutes into the close, next 10 minutes. Basically have $5 million coming in. $3 million on the SPY in total. No, $3 million and $351,000 in the SPY, all geared towards it closing strong and green on this Friday. Bang, January 28th, today, Amazon, 25 calls on Amazon, $855,000, expires today. All it's ensuring is that we close strong and green into this bell. We're now at 440.73 into the bell. We've got 10 minutes left to this bell till it ends. Let's see how high we can go into this close. That's a lot of money. $5 million to ensure that we close green is pretty good. I'm pretty excited with this last 10 minutes. Could be some money to be made here in this last 10 minutes. Real quick, we've got another call expiring today on IWM 193C, $231,000. So we most certainly are trying to make this close worth it. We can get prints into this bell. 440.80 currently on the SPY. Big money, ensuring that we do not sell off into this bell, that we close nice and strong today. It is critical, too. A bull will tell you that if we close above this 440.82, there's a very bullish sign. We were trading this week within this trading range of 444. We did break high, or we should be breaking high. If we can break, the high on Thursday was 441.61. If we can close higher than 441.61, it would be a bullish end to the week. I also want you to know that we are at the end of the month. And so for us to close on a green month, let me take a look back behind. We've got one more trading day, Monday the 31st. One other note to consider would be that for us to close green, right? So January 31st, we closed at 479 on December, right? So 479-ish, right around there. For us to close the month out green, we would have to trade higher than 479, right? 478. Excuse me, 480 to have a green month, to close this month out green. So you'd have through the weekend, into the close, on to Monday. You want to hope in a prayer play, buy yourself some 480C for expiring on Monday. I bet those cost like a penny. Talk about a tail play. Tail play. Watching more calls come in for SPY January 31st, 438C, $248,000. Also watching SPY calls come in February 4th, 440C for $1.3 million. Outstanding. The bulls are stepping up, and when they start to see calls like this come in, they want to put their money down and take that gamble and trade that we trade higher to have our Vanna trade into next week. SPY, February 4th, 440C, $1.3 million. Each one of those costs $6.48. Hello, ladies. Now we look at SPY, February 4th, 440C, $826,000. So there is a bet coming into next week, us going up in this market. There are bettors coming in saying, give me that Vanna trade. We're not going to close this low into next week, especially not in the end of month. We want some window dressing. Hedge funds are going to give us the window dressing. I'm slapping my money down. Here's a bunch of money, $900,000, right, on February 4th, 440C. And then the other one was $1.3 million, February 4th, 440C. Those are the big boys. Everything else is expiring today. But those two right there before that bell are betting on us trading at or above 440 into the 4th of February. Zero chance of a green month. So we're hearing that if you're going to put the window dressing on for this month, it's going to be some cheap flowers. It's going to be carnations from the guy selling them out of a bucket on the street corner. You're not getting the full dressing this year or this month. Sorry, boys. If you're going to buy some put spreads for Monday, right? Or let's say you buy some put spreads February 18th, right? Let's look at what do 480 calls for Monday expiry costs. Are they even on the radar? I have no idea. Yeah, look at it. So, ready? So 480 calls are 1 penny. You don't even have to buy those. Just buy like 450 Cs. They're 450. Oh, here we go. Just a heads up, okay? You've got for Monday, you've got 120,000 calls. That's pretty substantial. 440C for Monday. There's large interest in those contracts. Yeah, so you get like a 448 for like 65 cents or something. Wait until after the bell. There could be a pullback on Monday just to close that squeeze before heading up on Monday. But it does look like the bulls think we're heading up on Monday. Do you want to give you a heads up on that, okay? That the bulls do think we're going up on Monday. We've got some Q's calls coming in February 4th, 353C, $267,000. But we do have 121,000 contracts on January 3/1. SPY calls at 440C. IWM calls coming in just for the bell. January 28th expiry. That's today. 189C, $509,000. 440Cs for Monday. Very expensive. $4. The 450C for Monday is 37 cents. They might not make money with the theta burn. The 448s look a little bit better. They're 69 cents. And I might wait until after the bell. Apple calls, January 20th, 200C. Woo! Apple calls. Well, let's scratch that. That's January 20th, 2023. So you got Apple calls, January 20th, 2023, 200C, $582,000. We have Apple calls, February 4th, 175C for $84,000. We're currently at 441.31. Do we get 446? Someone gave a shout out earlier and said, do we get 446 into the bell today? So we'll wait and see. We get the gap up on Monday. The bulls getting their gap up come Monday. And if they gap up, where do they gap up to? It looked like resistance this week was at 444. So you need a gap up higher than 444 to make it count, unless you take your money and run coming into Monday. Yeah, the high this past week was 444.04. It would make, in matter of fact, it would give us a green week if we closed there today. If we closed at 444 today, you'd ixnay this entire week. You'd make this week close green. We have 2 minutes left to squeeze that much higher. Can we do it? The high of this past week, 444.04. Come on, bulls. Push it into the bell. Give me 444 into the bell. We got 2 minutes left, bulls. Push it. Some bulls will tell you we've got until 6 p.m., right? 6 p.m., Arthur. Google Plus, Amazon, earnings insiders trading right now. I took 460s for 2 cents. A man can dream. It would be hilarious if we traded up. Hilarious if we closed the month on green. I'll give you that. If we closed the month green, it would be hilarious. Not going to lie. 441.82 with 1 more minute left in the bell. Just climbing, skyscraping like Spider-Man. Just climbing the wall of worry. Shorts getting out of their shorts here. This is where I'm going to take my put spread. Here's my put spread. Come on now. Here's my put spread. $442 today. Woo! Very, very, very cool. I like it. I like seeing it. Nice short covering over the weekend. Gonna watch to see what comes in after the bell between 4 p.m. and 4:15. Want to see if there's anything else happening here. Great end of the day. You know, whoever called that earlier, we are damn sure closer to 446 than we are down to 439. So congrats to the bulls today. After the bell, we've got February 4th, 457C for $151,000 heading at, this is after the, or right at the bell, 359. Really? You took that bet right at the bell? Should wait at least 15 minutes. It should cool off here for a little bit. Should cool off a little bit after the bell. When liquidity gets low, there's not as much demand for calls. Wonder who took that trade. That's a crazy trade right after the bell. Should see calls cool off a little bit. If you want to stay long, usually what you do is you sell right at the bell, and then you give it another 5 to 15 minutes, let the call prices come down a little bit, then re-enter again if you want to stay long into Monday. Unbelievable day. Yep, make sure you like, subscribe. Please leave donations for me. Make me know that you appreciate what I'm doing here for you. I'm going to grab a whiskey and meet you guys inside the Discord at some point. There is a link to donate down in the description box. If you don't want to donate there, please donate inside of the at Captain's Alpha handle on my profile. If you're a poor or new trader, please like and subscribe these videos. We're here mostly Monday through Friday unless I go skiing or my internet goes down or anything crazy. It's very rare that it does happen. But we do trade live every day from the beginning of the morning until the end of the day. We're definitely here most of the day for key pivots. We had some great trading today, and I look forward to trading with you on Monday. Let me know down in the chat box. Let me know if you are bullish into Monday, or if you're bearish into Monday, or if you think we get the Vanna trade straight to all-time highs. As no, it wouldn't be all-time highs. It would be like 460 or something, right? The Vanna trade should go, if you believe in the Vanna trade, it should go to 467.55. That's what the Vanna trade would take us to. Otherwise, we have not broken above resistance at 443, 444.11 yet. Would really have liked to have seen that today. A close higher on the week. We didn't get that. We did get some positive notes for the bulls. Would be our second low of the day was higher than the previous day's low, and we did close higher than yesterday's high, which is positive. It's more neutral to positive. It is neutral to positive, but it's still a good day for the bulls. It does look like a short covering operation to close to me, but I know that there are some bulls out there that think we can trade higher into, or gap up even into Monday. There is some resistance above on Monday at like 448.29 that we could encounter into Monday's open. This is a good possibility of a gap up on Monday. If we don't gap up on Monday, look for cash back down below, and then maybe we'll take it higher there. Bears are going to crush the bulls on Monday. Fuck your bear market. I understand the failing. I get the failing. Only thing I'm looking for right now, well, I'm trading longs too, but the only thing I'm looking for right now is entry into short. So if we can get the VIX down, if we can get high enough to get short again, it makes it cheaper. I don't want to be buying puts that are ridiculously expensive. Puts are too expensive. The VIX is too damn high. Look at that beautiful chart right there. That's gorgeous. Look at that close right there. Let's see if we can show it to you real quick. I got to stick around because I got to see what shenanigans get pulled in the after hours. Look at that beautiful move right there. Just epic. Look at that into the close. See that in the close? Beautiful. And I want you to see these people taking on more puts as we head up into this close right here. I want you to see that it's not just unbridled call buying. All right. Good job today, guys. Hope you all have a wonderful weekend, okay? Yeah, it doesn't negate the bear thesis. You have to trade higher to trade down. You should expect to have these moves up. You can't get bullish until you break above the major resistance. We already know where that's at. It's at 468, 468.50. That isn't even the bear thesis. Actually, it's all-time highs is when you break bear thesis at this point. You are looking for the trade higher though to 467. If you are a bull, that's the Vanna trade. The Vanna fuel trade is to 467, 468. If you think we go higher into that move, you'd actually want to be seeing that by Monday, possibly Tuesday. But literally, that's what you would want to see is a trade up to 470-ish, 468-ish between now and Tuesday or Wednesday. All right, you guys all have a wonderful weekend. I will catch up with you soon. And I will talk to you guys here shortly. Well, what I'll do is I'll leave the stream up. Hold on here. What happened here? What did I press? What I'll leave you guys with is the stream up until 4:15, and if I see anything that I should post, I will. UVXY, February 11th, 14p. $105,000. UVXY puts February 11th, 14p. I don't know why I've got that coming up. You gotta love Microsoft. No idea what that is. Cloudy with a chance of meatballs. So we'll stick around here next few minutes. We've got 7 minutes left to the hour or to the trading day. We always want to see if anybody sneaks in anything we haven't seen for a trade higher. It would be hilarious if we traded up to 480 on Monday for window dressing. Kid you not. So, Mellow Yellow, what did you see? You're seeing puts flow into the SPY right now? God damn it. 5 million, 218. Hey, Miro, have a great weekend. You guys all have a great day. Yeah. Yeah, you know, Miro, I'm at that point as well with the Windows 7, bro. I was thinking about switching to a Linux setup, and then I thought about Windows 7 as well. Okay, why is Windows options profit calculator is wrong because of interest and IV? I agree with you, Miro, 100%. I tried to strip this computer down, and there's a whole bunch of shit that Windows won't let me remove. And then it runs antivirus in the background right in the middle of a stream. Like Windows Defender, you can't turn it off, and it like at certain moments of the day, no matter what, it's going to. I guess I can try to find a virus program that's very lightweight, and it shuts off Windows Defender. It's a disaster, dude. Miro, blows my mind. Forced updates. You're in the middle of trading. I've had forced updates on Windows 11. My other machine has done forced updates on me. Just middle of the day trading. Fuck you. Fuck your trade. I'm like, what? Yeah, that's what I've got. I was looking at servers online at a website that Joe Donut recommended, and I'm waiting like 6 months for those to actually get those. They're not available right now. It's fully unacceptable. And I can't trade on. Well, I used to trade on Apple, but Apple doesn't interface well with a lot of what I use. So you have to use a Windows-based system to be able to get everything. Apple's getting better, but they sucked for a long time. So everything I've got is based around Android and Windows due to it. Nice little dip coming in here. Last 4 minutes of the trading day. So if you wanted to take long into Monday, just wait for that nice little dip. Wait for some of that premium to burn off. Yeah, and Bunto is nice too. I like Sarah Chart. Joe Donut runs a bunch of stuff off servers too, off some Blade servers. See what that looks like right there. Yeah, I tried to run I tried to jack up two computers together with an Elgato video card. It's not doing so well. It's not coping. But the real problem, 120 RAM, server 2000 RCS, do not mess with latest Windows. Yeah. What do you got? 128 RAM, server 2008 R2. Write that down. SSDS. Yeah, in 2007. Dude, when I made the mistake of I had a couple other computers that I went from 2007 to like 08 or 2010 or something, and then I got fucked at that point. We are watching lots of dark pool buying of SPY, and QQQs came in just before the bell. Substantial amount of dark pool buying after the bell, or just before the bell. Qs, SPY could make for a nice ripper into open. There could be a gap up on Monday. Possibility of a gap up on Monday, even if we sell off. Could have dealers buying futures on this one. If you saw that $2.8 million coming in on the put side. Running an HP server G8. HP Proliant. HP Proliant. I can get these. They're available on eBay right now. Yeah, I've got some put spreads on right now that I bought for the 18th. I don't care if we trade up. We could get the gap up on Monday. Yeah, I've got puts. I've got put spreads, but they don't really care. My put spreads don't care if we gap up on Monday. I got them at 442 in the money. 442, 440. Okay, so John, I'm going to post the link. Tell me if this link works right here. Okay, bro? I'm going to put it in the chat. Link to the Discord. This link should work. I have to put a new one into the Brad's like, I'm up a penny. They are very available. All right. I might have to grab you on Twitter and see if you could maybe just hit me with the all the shit I need to buy. Because I talked to these guys about a Blade server, and they were like, you're waiting 6 months. And I'm like, what? All right. You guys have a wonderful afternoon. You guys have a great weekend. I'm going to try to pop into the Discord today. I need to take a break. I've been on this all morning long. This shit wears me out. I'm not going to lie to you. You guys have a wonderful afternoon. Have a wonderful evening. Please like, subscribe. Even when you're heading out of here, just slam that button. Two U server is good for you. All right. 2U servers. All right. Got it. Yeah, you guys have a wonderful night. I'll talk to you guys soon. Cheers to everybody out there. You guys have a wonderful night. Andy, take it easy. Yeah, punch that like, please. I appreciate it if you guys did. It helps. HG, thanks for subscribing. Mario, you have a great weekend, brother. Take it easy.